and welcome back to Icewindale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. Icewind Trekkers are trekking on after returning back to the Dwarven Valley, gathering all the speakers, and enacting a plan to try and save refugees who've been traveling to and from the towns. There is mass destruction. 6 towns have been practically wiped off the map, and hundreds upon hundreds of 10 towners have tried to seek shelter, and food stores already being low. It's only a matter of time before starvation starts taking the lives of even more people. Thankfully, though, during the during the meeting, one particular speaker, the speaker of Bremen, began sort of mumbling away about some sort of giant tree in the spine of the world, and it seems Tali is able to confirm it that there is legend of a place where the cold cannot reach, and it's safeguarded by druids. And she would go to the temple of the shrine of Sylvanus to try and ask for guidance in locating it. Meanwhile, you guys began moving refugees towards Sunblight as it's completely cleared out. It just so happens to be a giant fortification for shelter. And indeed, there is actually even warmth here in the form of a steel beating red dragon heart that sits in the middle of the forge. As long as that keeps going, that's an endless supply of heat as well. Anything left is food, and it seems like maybe the Duragar used their resources underground to feed themselves, but there are many, many more 10 towners than there were Duragar, so food is still a big issue. So you began to set out. You met one of the prisoners who was from the tribe Tall Tree. It just so happens that tribe does actually hail from this Kuldahar, and says that they may know the last known location of it. Yet the druids are safekeeping it by shrouding it in illusions and sending adventurers off on false leads and false paths to try and keep it a secret, because they know should a place like this ever come to light, it would be a arms rush to try and capitalize on it, monopolize it. Anyway, I think that's where we left off. You guys were setting out from Sunblight. Was there anything you wanted to do just before you left?
Yeah.
You spoke with Skrapp, I think.
Yeah.
Did you say
Yeah.
your Did you say your farewells to Skrapp for now? I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. Scrap will basically have told the party that they are working on basically they'll try working on some more equipment and stuff for them for when they get back, but no guarantees because they've obviously got their spelljammer to try to build, which might take time.
Okay then. Yeah, they need to make this spelljammer before this mind flayer ultimately perishes, like passes on.
Yeah, at least get blueprints or something.
Yeah. Just give me the footnotes. Quick. But no, you did somehow sort of sustain him for a little bit by feeding him some of the Duragar brains.
Yep.
Hulla will
Alright.
at some point just quickly give give Skrapp a pat on the back and just say, "Well, good luck with everything. You know, it's been really good having you fight with us, and if you ever finish what you're doing, you'd be welcome to come back, and you don't even have to bring, you know, prizes and rewards with you. That's not why we were hanging out. It's not just about the stuff we can get from you. You're a good egg, Skrapp."
Well, depending on how long this takes me and where your guys' path takes you, I might tag along when you head to what we're calling Icelantis. I really want to find out what the actual name is, because Icelantis can't be it, because that would be weirdly prophetic if this floating city was called Icelantis and ended up being buried in ice. Like, that's just... But, yeah, I wish you luck trying to find this tree, and, I'm sure you'll do a good job, and, I'll see you when you get back.
Okay, well, yeah, good luck with your, spell thing,
Yeah.
and,
I'm trying to build a ship that can not only fly, but can travel between crystal spheres, which is still something I'm trying to get my head around.
yeah, it
Hmm.
sounds like a big job, but
Yeah,
if you...
that's one of the reasons I might want to go to Icelantis. If anyone's got the information, it might be them, if this Mind Flayer doesn't.
All the resources needed to build it.
Yeah, exactly.
Ashanti wants to do I'm handing Android back to Skrapp, and I am going to say thank you so much for bringing Andy back to life for me for a little while. I appreciate the gift of time with Android.
I mean, if you want to take them with you as a good luck charm and bring them back when you come back. Now, think of it as, what's the word? Like a guarantee you're coming back, because you've got to bring the android back.
I don't know that I can be responsible for somebody else right now. I mean, I got Andy killed. And I would hate for anything to happen to Android.
I mean, providing... If something does happen to them, providing you can get the sapphire that is their heart back, I can rebuild them.
Are you sure? Because
Yeah.
I don't want to kill another animal.
Don't worry, you'll be fine. Just, if you're that worried, just keep them back and they can just be used for scouting. You're probably going to need some eyes in the sky looking for a tree that nobody's seen in years.
I'll take the very best care of her, and Skrapp, as Hulla said, you're a good egg.
I try. And I'll hand them some, like, oil and, like, brushes for maintaining Android. Purely for cosmetic purposes, I guess.
I'll take the best care of him I can. That's a promise.
You better. And Skrapp will just wink.
Right. Big hug, and then Shanti's gonna walk off trying not to cry.
Okay then. In that case, begin to gather your things. As you're doing so, a lot of the 10-towners they're eager to set out with you. They want to find Kuldahar as soon as possible. And they know that staying here in the forge is just whilst it's shelter and warmth. They know they haven't got the food stores to last longer. It's up to you whether you want to sort of take them with you now or find Kuldahar first, then come back and then guide the refugees.
I think
And as part of
find
yeah,
Kuldahar first is what, because you don't want to take more people on the road than you can
hmm
manage. I mean, um, Joaquim's
We
caravans were giant, and they took on everybody who could walk.
hmm
But I think in this case, because the weather conditions are so bad, we want to streamline. We want to just go ourselves, and then we can lead people back if we find it.
we want to be able to
yeah.
move
So
quickly, and also we don't have a lot of food. Like we can't.
true.
We don't have the stores to feed a bunch of people, and also we don't know what kind of dangers are out there right now.
Mm.
Hmm.
Okay.
We can't guarantee anyone's safety at the moment. I mean, never mind their warmth and
And no,
happiness.
it'd take one good blizzard to wipe out half or more of the people.
All right. In that case, it might be 2 journeys, and I think there was mention of saving the summer star to use when transporting the
Yeah.
refugees, so as to avoid the bad weather, if it ever gets like absolutely unbearable. Okay. In that case, then, if you're going at it first, I will roll to see what kind of weather we're dealing with as you depart. Sunblight Fortress 11. Jeez, well, yeah, see what I mean? Straight away, it's a sleet storm for 11 hours. As soon as you step outside, you're like about to go and travel. You're immediately met with the shattering of ice landing on the stone above you. It's deafening as all around you is just these shards of ice just collide and shatter. It's an absolute racket out there.
I think this
Hmm.
might be the worst weather. I think this is the worst one.
It is.
Sleet
It
storm.
absolutely is.
Yep.
Correct. Yeah, it's
I
like
get-
razors
Over this.
falling from the
We,
sky.
we might. I mean, even with the portable shelter that the party built, that's more for a stationary in one place. That's not a use it whilst traveling.
I mean, I could
Indeed.
make my little hut and keep us warm in the evenings. So
Yeah, but it's the damage that the sleet storm does because it's basically like 1 HP damage per like whatever, isn't it? Something like that.
It's like a D4 of slashing damage every round.
I
Yeah.
think we're
combat.
gonna have to hold off.
Every
Yeah, I
round.
think so too.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we won't last.
Yeah, it is the worst possible conditions to travel in at the moment.
So in theory, that should mean that once this wears off, we should get something better because I don't think we can roll the same one twice in a row, possibly.
No, you can't. It would go to something lesser. This is the worst
Yeah.
it can possibly be, so it can only get better from here.
But this is going to last 11 hours, you're saying?
Judge, yeah, if someone were to roll a survival check or nature.
Yeah. Oh, balls, I accidentally opened that on the stream's character sheet. How do I close that? Let me. I'll try survival as Geist.
Yeah, you estimate it will probably take about that long. 11 hours of this absolute horrid weather to pass by. At least it happened now as on the onset of adventure rather than halfway
Yeah.
through it.
But 11
would
hours
be
is pretty
much more
much going to
devastating.
take us to the evening, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
So we're
Easily.
basically
Like, this
waiting
is
another
like-
day before leaving.
Exactly. And with food running low, that puts even more pressure on you guys to find it.
Yeah. And none of us have
in the
access to.
meantime, you could make yourselves useful and explore a little bit of the Underdark if you really wanted.
I was going to suggest we should, if the Sunblights were getting food from somewhere, I mean, we should
Yeah, it's
have
not
a
a
look
bad
at the
shout.
Underdark and
Yeah.
see if there's edible mushrooms, if there's water down there,
Mm.
if they've got
Mm.
agriculture. I don't know, something to hunt.
I agree.
My,
I absolutely agree with that.
it's also considering some of the things that came out of there whilst the party, not Vector, were in a fight. We don't know what else might come out of there. Because you obviously had the rust monsters, you had the other thing that basically caused a lot of problems for the Dwarga. You had the Myconid.
The Umberhawk, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay then.
It's worth having a scout about.
Okay, so if you are all geared up and you're ready to go that way instead, Talltree, the Goliath who was going to escort you to Kuldahar, he says, I'll wait around and let
Okay.
you know if anything happens with the weather.
Right.
But I don't like cramped spaces.
You and me both.
Yeah. Alright, so he'll hold back for now. The rest of you guys begin to make your way down to the forge level of Sunblight and begin to scout out the Underdark for potential threats and maybe even potential food. So, yeah, you can give a survival check based on and see how that went.
Yep.
Going down to the forge level survival check.
What the hell, Better?
This is going into the Underdark. There's the tunnel that leads down in from there. Yeah.
I'll cast guidance on myself as well.
Okay.
Ooh, an
It's
extra 4.
22.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I'll kind of drag you to where I'm talking about. Sorry. Yeah, this is the entrance here. And last time you saw a Myconid sovereign traveling down this way, and there's signs of their passing through here, like Ashanti and Hulla. You can tell their footfalls have kind of left like a little trace of spores wherever they've stood. And
Yep.
Mhm.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, there is mushrooms, abundance of them down here as well. Non-sentient ones this time. But there's barrel stalks as well, which serve as containers for water. But there's all sorts of little green ones. There's mossy plants down here as well that you could harvest for food. And it seems to be all going well down here, at least initially. Nothing dangerous is too close to the entrance of the fortress, but you do see many branching tunnels, some more natural looking than the others. The Duergar have clearly got one major highway that they've maybe mined out, and that continues on, but there's lots of smaller side passages that could potentially have dangers or more natural dwellers in there. And they all sort of connect to this central highway that runs down deep into the earth. It's like this very steep, sort of sloping cave.
Well, do we want to like follow the highway and then work our way back, checking the side tunnels? Or do we want to check each side tunnel as we go to make sure nothing comes up behind us?
That seems like a smart move to check as we go. And
Okay.
then
Probably
we can.
safer, yeah.
Yep. And
Okay.
possibly. I mean, considering the size, I mean, we don't know how deep these side tunnels go, but assuming they don't go majorly deep, can I pull up the hood on my new cloak and go stealthily? See if I can
Yes, yeah.
catch anything before.
Yeah, roll a stealth check.
Wow, that advantage was helpful then. But still, I get a +10, so.
Okay. 18. As you head down one of these side tunnels just to scout it out, you actually see in the walls of the tunnel, it seems to be the bones of an enormous creature embedded into the earth. And the ribs and a massive skull of some sort of animal that maybe resembles a gigantic kind of like deer poke. A deer that poke kind of partially out of the stone. And each one of its teeth are like the size of your fist. And all along, I guess, are actual more mushrooms that have grown on the decaying body of this creature. So it is quite an abundance of food, like harvestable mushrooms.
Do the mushrooms seem safe for consumption?
Yeah, you can roll a nature check.
Ah,
Just
yes.
eat it.
Correctly identify these.
Just eat it.
18.
18, nice. Okay. Yes, these are called ripple bark, and it's a shelf-like fungus that actually resembles a mass of rotting flesh. It's like growing between the bones here, but it's actually surprisingly edible. Though it can be eaten raw, it's probably better roasted. And a single sheet of ripple bark could yield anywhere between, 10 to 20 pounds of food.
Okay.
At least these ones. They're built on this massive creature.
That's a good start. I mean,
Yeah. I believe it has
necessarily
a.
have to tell everyone where it came from, because it's not
Yeah.
visually very appealing. But once it's
But
cooked, I'm sure it's fine.
I mean, it has, from what I remember being told by some of the people of my tribe, that it has a rather nutty flavor. So, if you cook it, it can potentially enhance that. I think some of them even mixed it with like elk milk in order to make like what we used to call nut butter, I believe.
Well, my
Okay.
grandma says if you can cook it, you can eat it.
Exactly.
So,
And beggars can't be choosers, but I mean, this amount should, if properly harvested, at least give a decent amount of food for a bit. And this is just the first tunnel.
let's keep
So,
going then.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah,
There's probably
we'll
more
make
down.
we'll make a note of this one and come back for on the way back rather than lading ourselves down.
Okay. So opposite this tunnel, on the other side of the whole highway, the rest of the party, you can enter into another tunnel, going stealthily or just sort of jumping in, checking it out.
Just
think
go in and
we're-
check it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also think we're trying to move cautiously and carefully. I mean, we're not being stupid and running about like idiots.
Okay. There is a. Well, most of you have got dark vision, thankfully. So as you enter into this tunnel, it quickly is recognizable. There is a massive oval chamber bisected by a 10-foot wide hole in the floor, and it seems to go straight down like a ravine and it's so deep you can't actually even see to the bottom unless someone has more than 60-foot dark vision.
Does
Didn't think
anybody
so.
have a light spell or something that they can?
No. I've just got my own light vision.
No. We
The
had
best-
someone who had a light globe. That was quite useful.
Best I could do is fire an arrow down there, but that only lights up a small area.
Torches? Should we just
I
use
do have
torches?
torches. Yeah, torches is an option.
Light a torch and just toss it down. No, but then what if we're burning something that we don't want to burn?
Lanterns? Does anyone have a lantern?
We could lower somebody down with rope a little bit.
How deep is this hole? Do we know?
That sounds
That's
like
the point.
fun.
If you don't know,
Oh.
you can only see 60 feet.
Oh.
Well, we can tie some ropes together and see if somebody wants to go down and see if there's anything that they see.
Yeah,
I mean,
we could do
if
that.
if you
Well, we
want,
said, yeah.
I could go
Maybe-
down and bump back up if I see anything up to 90 feet down there.
Wait, and I've got a bullseye lantern, which casts bright light for 60 feet and then dim light for an additional 60.
Yeah.
We want to
Might
just
work.
lower Hulla's lantern down.
Yeah, I don't want to be tossing torches down willy-nilly. I'd like to get this back.
Okay.
Torches, just
Alright then.
people.
Just people. Are you sending Barry down, or are you sending the lantern down?
It said Barry down with the lantern.
Wait.
Yep.
Barry with a lantern. Okay.
I think we send Barry down with the lantern. He can take a look and see, because we may not be able to see what's down, the lantern from up here.
Yeah.
So I'd send
Sure.
Barry with the lantern, and if anything, just be cautious. Don't do anything crazy. Be ready to pull him up, or he can bamf up if it's.
And if I'll go down with it, and if I tie it to my rope and lower it down, that's even further. But I don't want to go past 90 feet in case, the rope snaps and I get stuck down there or drop to my death.
All right, we go 95 feet.
Oh, God damn it!
Jeez. Okay, so tying
It
two
proves
ropes
that
together.
you can fall from a great height and still make it. So I believe in you, Barritomus.
No, that was you. That wasn't me.
And
I think we
just,
need Hulla and Ashanti up here to hold on because they're the strongest.
I mean,
Absolutely.
worst case, Ashanti could rage and just jump down.
So 120 feet, basically, of vision. It's what you have with the bullseye lantern. And as you're steadily lowered down, Barry, I need you to make me a perception check.
Can I guidance before he goes down? To give him bonus to
No,
that?
it's going to be a long way down. And I think you can lower him like 100 feet in a round.
Could I have guidance?
So
I
you're
want
out.
to guidance him before he goes down.
It's only really as a reaction within 10 feet.
Okay.
So, yeah, no, you can't guidance him on this, I'm afraid.
I mean, you got that diddly do thing that you do
And
as a
enhance ability or bardic
Bard.
inspiration would work. Yeah.
I don't have enhanced ability. I can give you a bardic inspiration.
Yeah, that might help.
Before you go down. Yeah, I'll give that to you before you go down.
How do you inspire me?
As you're like getting tied in and looped in, I'm just gonna be like, it's a good thing. Maybe you'll find a lot of stuff down there, a lot of trinkets that you can sell. You've been wanting to go back to your wife and your kids, so maybe there'll be like some stuff for them that you can think of, and just sort of chatting you up, distracting you from that we're sending you into a deep dark hole.
I'm sure there's not
Alright.
complete death down here. I
Give me a
appreciate that.
perception check.
My perception +1. Let's go. Ooh.
Wow. Absolute.
I don't even use the bardic inspiration for that. I just I get so far down. I'm just like, yeah, it just looks like a lot more darkness down here.
No,
Oh
you
wait,
can
I've
do
not
stuff.
turned the lantern on.
Jesus. You can still bump that with
I could do
your
actually.
Hacked Boon
It's
plus
not like we're going
Bardic
anywhere.
might
Yeah,
make a
I'll
difference.
do it. Why not? For one.
Okay,
And
so
then what's your
4.
bardic?
Yeah, right?
It's a D8. D8. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just go roll an 8 for something good. Yeah.
Oh my god.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, just like
Rolled
that.
an 8. It's as easy as that.
Yeah.
That actually succeeds because I rolled really badly on something.
Oh god.
There is something that the light reflects off down here. Some shiny
100 eyes.
things, a couple of trinkets and such. And yeah, as you're looking, you're like, oh, treasures, trinkets, which is absolutely down your alley. You are thankfully not distracted because indeed there is something reflective that looms in the shadows some 100 feet down. It is shiny and chitinous, like you're looking at the shell of a giant insect. And as it looks up towards you, its eyes definitely reflect back in the light. 2 large umber hulks lurk at the bottom
Oh,
of this
jeez.
ravine. And they definitely see you, and they immediately start clambering up the sides of the walls, burrowing in the earth.
And I cast calm emotions? Or is it... No, it's just a group of humanoids. Nope, never mind. How far did we go down?
You said no more than 90 feet.
Yeah.
You said no more. You said you weren't going to more than 90 feet, so at the most you're
Mhm.
90 feet down because you wanted to get back up quickly.
Yeah, I wait till they get close to me and then ready thunder
And then
step and just
step away.
yeah.
Yeah, because they won't make it up in that round. In fact, as they emerge, everyone else sees them some 100 feet down. So you've got actions before they even get to the top.
I
So
hold my action to
Barry's-
thunder step.
Yeah, Barry's holding his action. What would the rest of you like to do now that the light kind of shines on them? They emerge and start climbing up the tunnel towards Barry. You can see their hungry mandibles are about to snap on his legs.
How far down are they?
Like 100 feet.
What would happen theoretically? They're climbing up the wall, right? Essentially.
Yeah.
What would happen if one of them was to trip whilst climbing?
They would
Would
fall.
they? Cool. That's what Vet is doing then. I would bonus action steady aim and then try to shoot them and then go for a trip sneak attack to try to knock them off the wall once they're up a bit, so they'll take some damage from the fall.
Yeah,
Yeah, roll an attack. We'll start with that.
Okay, rolling advantage because of thing.
I mean, there's 2 of them.
yeah, I'd
Oh.
like to shoot with my longbow.
Sorry,
if
that didn't roll
Pollock
with
and Bull
advantage.
Barry.
Did that
I'll
one?
I'll hang on tight and pull. Yep. Both hands
Uh,
on the rope.
Let me just try re-rolling that because that didn't roll with advantage
Yeah,
when it
just
should
roll
have.
that again. Sorry, Ashanti, you say you're pulling out a bow as well.
Oh wow, same
Yeah,
roll.
if Pollock
Bad
and
roll.
Bull Barry, I'm going to pull out a longbow as well.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
mine
cast
misses.
my favorite new spell, Crown of Madness, on one of them.
Oh,
Crown of
jeez.
Madness. Okay, go ahead. Should be able to target one of them.
I don't see. Oh, they're right there. Okay. I'll target. They're in a giant hole. I'm assuming, but yeah.
Yeah.
Crown of Madness. Yay! It fails.
Okay,
I'm gonna have it attack the other one.
Okay. Then, yeah, it leaps from one side of the tunnel onto the other, and let's go for the mandibles, I suppose.
And I'm just gonna maintain concentration. Try to have it attack its friend nonstop.
Oh, that's a hit. Yeah, so 16 points of slashing damage as it leaps onto him and just clamps its jaws around its brethren's head. That looks
Yeah.
nasty.
I just realised I need to roll again, Chris, because I have Elven Accuracy, so it's 3d20, not 2.
Okay, yeah, roll a third one, please.
So I'll just do a d20 plus 7.
Jeez.
That's the
Well,
same.
How did I roll 14 3 times in a row?
Yeah,
3
that's
times.
triple sevens. If this was a lottery, you'd be getting big cash payout, but that is unlucky as all hell. All right, Ashanti shows how it's done.
Disadvantage
and fires
too.
just between the armor.
I don't know
Yeah.
why.
Oh
Roll
wow. Even with
advantage.
this, probably because it's in dim. It is in dim light down there, and you've only got 60 feet of dark vision.
Okay.
But you do find the joint in the armor that is not as hard as the rest, but it looks like all of Vetta's arrows are sort of bouncing off the carapace. Okay, cool. David's done his thing. I guess Eve is down here. Why not? Let's have fire up a couple of shots too. Why not? And another one. No, can't find the armor. Can't find the chink in the armor. Okay, and then Hulla, you're just steadying the rope, making sure it's not gonna drop.
Yep.
Barry.
And I'm gonna
Okay.
pull Barry up as well, if I can. Keep
Okay.
pulling. But he's not.
Barry,
stuck down there.
you can thunder step.
I'd like to say that would have been different if Yaz was rolling.
Oh,
It would have been like nat 20, nat 20.
Yeah. All right, go ahead and do a thunder step, Barry, and you can damage these Umber Hulks.
Thunder step. I'm taking myself. Not to the same spot though.
Okay. Click anywhere else.
I think failing a pass.
Are we supposed to be rolling a Constitution saving throw?
You might have hit Ashanti with that. That's fine. No, you're not meant to be.
Yeah,
Just,
because distances wasn't put on it. Yeah, so they're technically within 10 feet in terms of on the map, but not actually.
Yeah, okay, there we go. So one of them gets blasted. The other one looks like it succeeds and sort of covers itself beneath
Yeah, it's not safe
the
then, though.
earth. Okay, the Umber Hulks on their turn, one of them's already attacked, and then the other one would just start clambering up. But it's got a long way to go, and you're at the top. So even if it dashed, it's still 40 feet away from you guys.
Okay, so
you
round
got
2.
another round. Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to attack the one that isn't Crown of Madness. So once more, I will steady
Go for that
aim.
triple attack.
See if this works. What's my steady aim thing on? There it is. This should apply the effect to me. And then, yeah, and then...
Now it's within your dark vision range. You should just have...
Yeah.
Everyone should be all right now.
Right, and then we go... Nope, that didn't roll with... just roll 2d20 to see if I'll rip.
And then what do they roll to not be tripped?
Let me just see if no, wasn't a crit. Let me just check because this is the first time I've used this ability, so I'm not actually sure. Because I know it takes away part of my sneak attack damage because I use a d6 of that. Let me just check because I didn't copy that bit out because I am a fool.
All right. Whilst you're checking, Shanti, you can fire again. As well as Barry, you're at the top. You could Eldritch Blast down if you really wanted. and Hulla, you feel the rope kind of go slack once Barry's up here, and so you would have an action as well.
Excellent. Okay. How far down are they?
40 feet.
Yeah, it's a dex save, Chris.
I'm gonna use my new longbow to throw a silver arrow at it.
I think 17 is going to do it because my DC is.
Why did I have disadvantage?
You shouldn't have disadvantage anymore.
Because it said disadvantage on mine, and I had like
Yeah, I
a
don't know why.
19 on the other roll.
Okay. Well, now
Yeah.
it's within your 60 feet. You should have just a flat roll.
Yeah, they
Oh, that's a 3. So
they
that
made
does
this.
miss, I'm afraid.
They made the saving throw.
It did make the save. Okay.
Yeah, but there's the extra 2d6 damage for the sneak attack because they still take that.
They still take that. All right. You should
Yeah.
be able to set that up, by the way, as a thing that just adds automatically.
And I'm gonna have
top
the
of it.
one Crown of Madness attack the other guy again.
Yeah. So if one of them's dashed up 60, and the Crown of Madness guy has not moved because he basically moved, attacked, and then ended his go, right?
Oh.
Then it means you can only get up 30 feet with it.
Okay.
So it's not going to be able to make an attack this round. But I'll consider it like dashing up. It's right next to it.
Right, he's trying to get to the other guy.
Yeah. What's the save at the end of the turn?
Wisdom save at the end of each of its turns, yeah.
Okay, I should have done that with the previous one. Oh, okay. Damn. In that
so
case, I think it is free of its charm.
It's free of its charm, yeah, that's enough.
But it's further down than the other one.
Okay.
Well, no, actually. It'd be dashing up now anyway. Okay. This would be the final round you get, as with there being 40 feet, they would have to dash to get to you. So they on this round, they emerge at the top of the hole, and immediately they start using their confusing gaze on everybody up here. So, God, I actually expected them to get absolutely obliterated before they even got to the top, but here they are. So at the start of everyone's round, you need to roll me wisdom saves.
Okay. I think I have anything.
Are we in
Yes,
initiative
yes.
now, or?
It's
Right.
them, then you. Sorry, it's
That's
you,
okay.
then them. That's how
Okay.
it's going.
Yeah, that's a failure for me, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, okay. Roll me a d8. If you get below 15, roll a d8.
Do you want us to roll wisdom saves now, or wait until you tell us to?
No.
He just told us to.
Okay, well, Hulla's good.
I think a 1 means I basically do nothing, doesn't it?
I rolled a 3. I failed and rolled a 3 on the d8.
Okay, Ashanti, you're okay. David got a 3. So on a 3, ooh, you do nothing, and a 1, you do nothing as well. Okay.
Yeah.
And then what did Barry get? Roll a d8, Barry. Oh no, you got a success, just barely. Thanks to your pack boon. All right, nice.
Yeah, I got a 16.
Sweet. Okay, I'll roll Eve as well.
Don't think I have
Oh no,
Wait.
that's a wrong dice.
Wait. Do I have something?
2. He does nothing. Okay, so only Hulla, Ashanti, and Barry seem to be able to withstand its confusing gaze as the creature gets up to the top. Its hypnotizing like eyes seem to put the rest of your party in a trance. What would you like to do, Barry? They've just reached the top of the hole.
I would like to knock them back down.
Okay, go ahead. Do Right
That's if
here.
it'll let me hit, you know. That would be nice.
Hmm.
So yeah, I'll knock them back down like towards the middle of the hole so they drop.
Ooh,
Disadvantage again for some reason, but that would have been a 16 plus.
Can I help him
Okay.
do that? Like once I see what he's going to do, try and
Yeah.
push with him, so that we're doing it together.
Considering we've got the light up,
Well-
is this really dim?
There is a light right there. Like there is a light source on them.
Is
I don't know
Sheila
why
being
you
considered
haven't
an
never
enemy?
Nope. Nope.
Is Eve an
what?
enemy now?
Yes, apparently. Apparently it is. So what the hell is Sheila? Speaking of, if you want to help, yes, you can have either yourself or Sheila shove them. That's another option. You could just have a contested athletics with Sheila. And if you wanna help Sheila, you could even give her advantage, and then try to shove the Umber Hulk down.
That would have been a 16 plus
Okay. Yep. So that
8,
hits.
8 I
So,
think.
so one of them goes flying back down.
Excellent. Okay, good.
And then I go for the second one. I'm just trying to go for them both and knock them back.
All right.
Well, so I just knock them
you
both
should-
back down.
You should actually declare all your targets with an Eldritch Blast before.
Oh, sorry, I
Double.
did say I was going to try and knock them both back down though.
Okay. All right, sweet. In that case, they both tumble back down the hole. As soon as they get to the top, it's another 100-foot drop. You want to roll 10d6 for me?
It's like, no thanks. I just drop them down. 10d6. 10d6, not 6010. Oops, my bad. Oh, a lot of 6s and 5s in that. 32.
That you hear an almighty crash and probably a crack as their shell-like armor just impacts the earth. And yeah, they're kind of screwed at this point, I'm gonna say. You guys can see the bottom. These two things are on their back. It's flailing around. They look very injured. Several of their limbs have like snapped off. But Hulla, you seeing that now, they're actually out of vision range. You just hear the sound of them hit the bottom. I don't know what you wanted to do, but you have an action.
I can't see anything, but I can hear them still moving around.
Yeah, you heard them crash to the bottom.
I'll give Barry a high five, and then I will shoot a longbow shot right down the middle of the shaft.
Okay.
I don't know if that
Without
hit
being
or
able to,
not. Yep.
yeah, you can hear it kind of clatter against the wall, I'm afraid. And then finally,
Do we do that save at the end of our turn? Or the confusion?
no, that's at the
or
start.
At the start,
start.
okay.
Yeah,
Start
and
of our-
then who?
Okay.
Is anyone else passed? It was just Barry and Hulla, wasn't it?
no,
and
I
Ashanti.
passed as
Oh,
well.
Ashanti. Okay,
But
Ashanti.
seeing that Hulla's arrow did nothing, I'm just gonna peer down and say, should we go down and finish him off?
If you can climb, I can hold the rope for you.
Well, I mean, if they're gonna die,
We should
We can
probably
probably
finish
s-
them off, not leave them behind us.
okay, all right. So I'm gonna strap my longbow back, and I guess if you can hold the rope, I'll go down and try to finish him off.
Will the rope hold both of us?
You've not got the rope on you, Barry, because you teleported out.
No, I mean, like, we're both at the top now, considering going back down.
If Hulla can find something to tie it to, and then she can feed it down. I don't want to
assumed
just.
you were holding the rope, but I'll
Well,
tell you this:
previously
if
I
you're,
was,
if
when
you
it was just Barry. I was holding it.
yeah. But I'll tell you now, Ashanti, if you're going down safely, descending by the rope, you get some of the way down, right? Like maybe you're abseiling on the way, but as soon as you've spent your turn getting to the location, I think with your dark vision, you can see them both kind of clamber up to their feet. They're sort of shaking it off, and they immediately start boring into the wall, using their burrow speed, and they just tunnel into the earth and out of sight.
Did we lose them?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
they are
lost
both.
them.
They are both incredibly injured to the point where they do not want to stick around any longer than they need to.
Well,
That'll conclude
ahead
that
and-
combat.
lower me the rest of the way and let me make sure there's nothing else down here.
Yep, you can get to the bottom and you can roll a couple of D100s.
All
So
right.
let's see what's cooking. $20. Huh. Okay. And a 78.
You said a
There is
couple, so
a
that's 2, right?
yeah. There's I can't believe it. There's a familiar smell when you get to the bottom of here, coming from a beautiful silver tin.
Oh my god,
I
it's some
can't believe we rolled this
surstrumming.
one. It's more surstrumming.
Or what?
That was the shiny surstrumming. It's the rotten fish stench. And it's that's the shiny tin that was clearly reflecting in the dark. You can roll one more D100 as well. But the way we used this before was it
It's a stink
effectively
bomb.
works like a stinking cloud. Yeah, you can use it like a stinking cloud. And there does appear to be a snow globe. God knows how it survived being down here and not cracked, but yeah, it's a
Ooh.
snow globe that seems to be continuously flurrying snow. Like it's almost as if it was already shaken. And
How big is it?
lastly, it's like crystal ball sized.
Okay. Um, I am gonna shout up uh smelly stuff and a really pretty magical item.
Hmm. And
We'll
lastly,
bring the
there is
magical
a
item back. I don't know if we
I don't
want
need.
smelly stuff.
Yeah. I don't need to breathe, so I can just hold my breath and go down and get it if it's safe enough.
I don't see anything else down here.
there's one more thing. There is a damaged Scrimshaw cameo, which is like this kind of overall pendant, and it seems to be depicting a merfolk on it as well.
Oh wow. Um, is there any way that I can use pull out my gloves and pick this up so my bare skin's not touching both of those items?
Sure.
Okay, and then I would just put them in my backpack and start to climb back up.
Okay, doke.
And
Okay.
then that way, when I get to the top with those 2 items, um, the snow globe and the cameo, I would immediately pass them off to the magic users to identify and do whatever they could do.
Hmm.
So, I
Okay.
mean, I'd set it down on the bare stone and then, just let them identify or whatever they need to do to see if these are safe.
Okay. Those with Arcana can have a quick glance at it. Those who have Identify can cast it.
Identify.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Seeing some 16s and a 15. All right. Hulla, they don't look dangerous or anything. They look relatively safe. And David, you're not really identifying it as a particular magical item, though there may be magic on the snow globe, as it does appear like it doesn't need to be shaken. It's constantly flying around with snow.
Hmm.
But yeah, they don't appear to be like powerful magical items that you would recognize.
Yeah. I'll let them. Everybody else know that's what I think it is.
But
It's
both
just
of
like the
you
type
can
of magic
recognize.
which is just decorative and not like doing anything.
Right.
Yeah, I
I
don't
mean,
really want to
Exactly,
carry
yeah.
this with us.
the tin, we've seen that be useful before.
Yeah, both of you recognize the tin, and that works very much like a free casting of Stinking Cloud. If you throw it out into
Yeah.
an area,
As
it'll pop open, or you can shoot it open like a trap.
it could be very the tin could be very useful in specific situations. The snow globe, we could probably sell it and get some money out of it,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
It's that's
I'm happy to carry it for right now, and keep it with us. Unless somebody else wants to carry it.
you can take them both if you want. I think.
Okay.
hmm Okay. So you can add
Um,
the snow globe and the cameo
Cam
to your sheet,
okay.
Ashanti.
And then who's
The
gonna take the
tin,
10?
Oh,
David,
I
why
already
don't you
have
take
Stinking Cloud as a spell, so I don't know if I need it. I think somebody else can maybe take it.
Ashanti, you tend to be the first one in.
Mhm.
I have a feeling that's one, like, it could be one of those things where you run in, toss it ahead of you,
Okay.
Oh yeah,
and
preemptive stink.
yeah.
okay.
Okay.
All right. So for that, then I'm just gonna add it as a spell, like a spell scroll. So, and I'll rename it.
Okay.
This
So,
I did
Cloud.
when we were fighting the Durgar guys down here. Like what was it 2 days ago, 3 days ago, whatever it was. I did cast Stinking Cloud, and the Durgar seemed to be better able to handle it. So we need to be smart about when we use that one. But
Right.
yeah, like against regular people, probably works great. But anything that's sort of poison resistant may not work quite as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Chris, do you want me to add the snow globe and the cameo, or are you adding
Yeah.
those?
No, you can add those.
Okay.
And I've added the Stinking Cloud. All right. Cool. That does seem to be one of the dangers of this highway, is that it is infested with umber hulks, and you've cleared out at least a few potential nearby dangers that could have crawled up and into the what's it called? Into the fortress. Looking around, perhaps there are similar signs, more of these deep holes, but you either don't find any or they've perhaps gone into hiding for the time being, like you've scared them off. And so, for the most part, I say, unless you want to have a little look, one more tunnel. This was a
Come on.
successful venture. You got food and scared off the dangers.
Yeah, one more tunnel probably seems like a good
One
idea.
more tunnel.
One more.
Yeah,
All
one more
right.
tunnel.
Go go ahead and roll a d50, Julian.
D50? How do I roll
Yeah.
a D50?
/r space d50.
50. Oops, not 150. D50.
Yeah.
30.
30. Okay.
1,000
All right.
platinum.
The tunnel opens up into an oasis of underdark fungi. The area is
Hey,
dimly lit by
more mushrooms.
bioluminescent fungus,
More
and
mushrooms.
it is filled to the brim with insects of various shapes and sizes.
You can eat
Um,
insects. This is just more food.
yeah.
If people are desperate. This is more food for. This is great.
And
Is it
looking around,
is it
hmm,
like regular mushrooms and regular insects? It's just a lot of it.
yes, yeah, they do look like, well, there's a whole variety. So, there's a whole kind of display of colors here. Insects that some of them may look just like little bugs and critters. Others do look a bit more vicious, like scorpions and
It's
such.
just crunchy breakfast. That's all it is. Crunchy
Mm,
breakfast.
yeah.
Well, bugs are just the shrimp of the land.
It is.
Oh,
I mean, true. That's very true. It's true. This
Or a
is a
shrimp
positive for the
just
people of Icewindale. They can honestly, this
fry
is
them up with some
food.
mushrooms, they'll be fine.
As long as they don't over harvest until
Mhm.
we get back and they don't get crazy, they'll this could survive them or help them survive for a lot longer.
Yes, but the question is going to be, do they want to survive on this?
They're gonna have to. I mean, it's do they want to survive or do they want to not survive,
Mhm,
right? And I think for people who want to survive, they can.
mhm.
There's a forge over there. They can probably roast the bugs and prepare the scorpions properly so they're not getting poisoned and whatnot. And the mushrooms they can chop up and make into. You can do tons of stuff with this. I'm sure there's somebody who's skilled enough at cooking that they can work with this.
Yep, I agree.
Well, are we going to
Um,
head back up to the main forge then?
Well, after a moment or two, as you're discussing this, you do hear a voice echoing from somewhere in the cave, and it says in common, it says, "No one will be harvesting anything without my consent."
Oh, do we have your consent?
That remains to be seen.
How can
And
we get your consent? We don't want to cause any enemies. We're just trying to help people not starve to death. So we'd like to be able to work with you, whoever you are, whatever you are.
off in the distance, you see where this voice is perhaps coming from. There is one massive fungi that seemingly has grown into almost the
Oh,
shape of a house,
oh,
and
are
opening up
these
one of
your?
the windows,
These aren't your
you
your
see an
children or
elderly.
cooking, are they?
They don't look like they're a mushroom. They actually, when they appear at the window, they appear to be like an elderly drow, which is a
Oh,
dark-skinned elf, and they
oh,
are peering at you with old wizened eyes. Seem to have like a staff in one hand, that they're steadying themselves on. This elf must be hundreds and hundreds of years old. You don't normally see old looking elves, and so yeah, he must be ancient.
oh.
Hello.
But
Hi.
Good day there, gentle person. Like I said,
what do
we
you?
do want to work with you and help people not starve. And then once we've sort of gotten more food for them, they'll probably leave you alone down here, and you can be with your mushrooms and your bugs. Trying to help people.
Let me get a closer look at you all.
I'm gonna
Approach.
I'm gonna stand sort of a little bit forward and do like a nice little heroic pose and prestidigitation to give myself some sparkle and some shine.
Yeah.
To really look good.
You see his eyebrows gonna raise slightly. I see you have some skill with magic.
A little bit, yeah, but we just I can't make food, which is the biggest problem we have right now with this. So
I see. You're trying to host survivors. Is that it?
that's exactly it. Yes, that's exactly the issue.
I
I
see.
don't know if you heard, there was this big mechanical dragon that you know the 10 towns nearby. You've probably heard of the 10 towns nearby. This big mechanical dragon literally destroyed 6 of them, and so we're trying to help the survivors get by until they can rebuild and move back and get back on their feet. So yeah, so literally trying to help feed some survivors.
Mention that we saved some kind of mushroom sovereign.
Oh yeah, we saved the mushroom sovereign guy too. If you're
Chlorota?
like a mushroom. Was that the person's name? Chlorota? Was it Clarota? Did you
Yeah,
say?
something
I
like
believe,
that.
I believe so. Yes.
Yep. I wasn't there. They
He's
were. I was in a
alive.
different. I was in a different room. But yeah, they helped. The
That
mushroom.
sounds like quite the story. I like stories.
Oh,
You
I
seem
have
like good
lots.
folk if you're helping the
Yep.
Myconids.
Yes. We like the Myconids.
Yeah, everyone's a person.
He closes the
Just
window.
just their Lycanids because we like them so much.
He might smile as he's hearing that, but you see him close the window, and a moment later, part of the barrel of the stalk of the massive mushroom like opens up, and it's like a makeshift door. And inside, you can see this kind of cozy interior with like a little tea set and table laid out, and all kinds of little mushrooms growing on the shelves. Almost actually, mushrooms were utilized as shelves, and little herbalism kits and mortars and pestles.
Oh
And
wow.
he actually beckons you at the door, and you see the full frame of this drow. It looks as
I
though they might have had when they were younger a quite a strong frame, but they have since sort of kind of shrunken a little bit.
well I
But you can
will.
see they're quite lean and were muscular. But yeah, he kind of beckons
I'm
you.
I will approach, and if he's inviting me in for tea, I'll go in and have some tea. Yeah.
He says, "Ah, if you wish to harvest from my grove, I only ask that you share your stories. I too am a survivor.
Oh,
I
wonderful.
was I was a soldier. One day, my patrol was ambushed and slaughtered by hook horrors, leaving me as the only one alive. I barely escaped. I stumbled into this grove, and after a day or so travel, nearly bleeding out, the grove's previous guardian, a shield dwarf, found me in a pool of my own blood and nursed me back to health, all the while teaching me the secrets of nature and the ways of primal magic. I vowed to renounce the Drow house. They would have probably only executed me for my failings anyway. Instead, I aided the dwarf in maintaining this grove for many, many, many years. Until he passed away due to old age. But if I can help another fellow survivor, perhaps it is in some way repaying the dwarf for his kindness all those years ago.
It sounds like you have quite the story yourself. Seems very interesting. Like you're soldier in a war, lost, and have found a kind of peace down here. It's really nice. It's really actually a lovely story that you know, you found a peace with the
Mhm.
mushrooms down here and with that shield dwarf. It's really good. I have a few stories. So,
Oh,
would you like to hear about the time I defeated a frost giant ghost? Um, would you like to hear about how I died and came back to not quite life? Would you like to hear about the dragon we talked about? Or
he's
I have a really good story about a cat and a hat.
he starts pouring some tea. Ah, which one to start with? Well, if I'm honest, I would love to hear all of them, but only if you have the time.
I think I do have about 12 hours, so I can sit here with you for a while.
Yeah. You do. And he introduces himself and says, well, my name is Quenred.
Quenred, nice to meet you. My name's David.
Ah, David. A rare name.
You pronounced it correctly. You're the first one. It's because you got you got Elvish heritage. That's why.
I have not heard a David in many, many years.
I know
Ah.
it's a little old, a little old school of a name, but my parents were traditionalists in a bit of a ways.
Indeed. I used to know a David in House Baynir,
Really,
which is
I wonder.
one of the dwarven. It's one of the drow houses in one of the highest elite ranked houses. So
Wow,
David seems to definitely hold some weight.
it's a good name. I don't know that particular David, but that's quite remarkable. You knew another one. Don't get a lot of Davids these days in this part of the world.
Oh no, quite. Is the rest of your friends coming in for tea, or?
Oh, I don't know. Did anybody else want to come in? I've forgotten about them entirely there.
I would have been following right behind David with my hand on my weapon,
Okay.
just in case he needed help.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll sort of peek out from behind him and wave and go, "Hello, I'm Hulla."
Welcome. Oh, please come, make yourselves at home. And yeah, as soon as you enter into this little cozy house, you realize this this individual seems to be of no threat. You don't see a weapon in sight. This humble little hermit seems to be living a life of peace and tranquility away from all the violence of his past.
I'm gonna tell him some stories if you want to stay, Hulla. Maybe you can add some flavor as you were around for a lot of it as well.
Oh, I'm not much of one for storytelling, but I'd like to listen.
Sure.
I'd like to hear your version of events. But I mean, and I can probably vouch that I bet that a lot of this is true of what he's telling you. Just the stuff that I was there for, at
Marvelous.
least.
Marvelous. Ah, I do love stories. And he almost kind of leans back in this soft, mushroomy looking chair that's got
I'm gonna go
a kind of groove set into it where he's probably
I
sat
mean,
in it for so many hours or years.
as he's sort of settling in and Hulla's settling into her own chair and what I'm gonna take out some things and set the mood with a little bit of candles and incense and whatnot and take out my gong and just sort of begin setting some ambiance as I begin to tell my stories.
Yeah, perfect. All right. Well,
And I'll
you
spend
guys have.
however much time it is before the weather clears up and whatnot that I'm just going to be telling this guy like stories and really embellishing, going to lots of detail and making things seem really just interesting.
because
Beautiful.
David wouldn't have heard it, I'll tell the story of how we witnessed and managed to escape from a ancient white dragon in a ancient white dragon versus giant reaper crab battle off.
Oh yeah. He's never heard of such legends so far away, and even on the surface, these are all wonders to him. And so yeah, he's definitely intrigued by every little story that you have to tell.
Very much including Ashanti the Dragon Rider, the hero of the story.
Dragons, eh? Don't get many of those down here. Well, apart from the odd here, maybe.
But where?
No, but there.
Oh, wait, where?
And he points
Over
to
there?
maybe he points to an old carving of something in like a wood carving that he's made of a behir.
That doesn't look very frightening.
No, they're much bigger. Some span like up to 20 feet long, many, many legs. It's like if you crushed a centipede with a dragon and then gave it lightning powers. Nonetheless, it sounds as though this Aventurus is far more fearsome. And you barely escaped with your lives.
We
Is there-
we do that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Barely
Yeah.
escape
Sometimes
with
we
our lives,
don't.
guys.
Yeah, sometimes we don't make it out alive.
Ah, I see.
As David said, he's
Yes.
already died once.
I like the first thing I did was die, and it's been all uphill since. So yeah,
Maybe you just go die a little to get better.
I don't know
Yeah.
if I would recommend that. We've seen a lot of people die and not get better, so
I mean,
it is rare.
I died,
That's
got better at shooting my bow. But I'm also a physically different body, so.
So is everything okay down here? The things you've told us about down here seem pretty bad. And we came across
They-
two chitinous creatures.
Folk horrors are indeed dangerous as well. The loss of my men still haunts me, like I'm sure many of the deathly dangers you have faced do. Part of
I
me
almost
wishes I could go back and find their bones and put them to rest, perhaps.
sense a future quest coming about.
It was some distance from here. Can't remember how far I traveled. It was so many years ago. And I was delirious from blood loss. But I suppose if you're here to explore the Underdark, or if you wish to help, that would be the only thing I would ask, is to find my previous company and put their bones to rest.
How many years ago did you say this was?
Oh, only about
Centuries?
369? Yes.
Nice.
We don't have a lot of time right now.
Oh, no, of course.
Uh,
Of course, no. You need to feed your survivors. He starts getting up out of his chair. I will guide you through the grove. There are plenty of edible mushrooms, but there are here cultivated some poisonous ones I would avoid. And yeah, he is able to take you through the grove, and he gives you each like a basket to basically take back with you an abundance of edible mushrooms and maybe even fresh water in
Yeah.
these large funnel-like mushrooms called barrel stalks. He basically loads you up
this
with the
is
whole grocery
amazing. This
shopping.
is so generous of you to. We'll make sure to instruct our friends, not which ones are safe, but also to cultivate carefully and not to just raid everything.
You mentioned
And to bring
poisonous
you
mushrooms.
lots of stories. We need to
Oh yeah,
they
that
need to
too.
bring stories as well.
Yeah. I
Yes.
I was told once that reciprocity is a good thing. So I hand him a scrimshaw drinking horn.
Oh,
Wonderful. This is from the 10 Towners, I take it.
A gift from us to you.
I admire your kindness. Not many would treat a drow the same as you have,
Why?
given our past transgressions against the surface dwellers. many drow have been known to enslave your kind.
Just like there are good dwarka and bad dwarka, I'm sure there's good drow and bad drow. So you're obviously one of the good
Yeah.
ones.
Exactly.
I do hope to count myself among them. I changed after that dwarf showed me the same kindness. Any other dwarf would be expected to finish me off there and then, but they saved my life. And that gave me a chance to turn it all around. Start again. And it's probably best that my drow house thinks that I died.
That's very sad. I'm sorry that you don't feel you can go home. Or to your old home, anyway. I guess maybe this is your new home.
Yeah, make your own drows.
He smokes. He says, well, you should be on your way. Those fungus begin to bruise after they've been harvested. You need to roast them as soon as you can.
I just had one quick question for you. You mentioned poisonous mushrooms. Do you have any that would be suitable for making into poison for tipping an arrow?
Ah. Oh yes. That's over here, in more of a secluded part of the grove. And he sort of shoos away a few insects on this large kind of mossy curtain, and as he draws it back, there's a separate little cave that leads in. And he hands you like an apron and some gloves before stepping into this
Yep.
into this section.
I'm going
What do
to
we have?
Yeah, I'm going to call on my Whispers of the Dead ability to give myself proficiency in a poisonous kit for the purposes of doing this.
Okay, perfect. There's many types of poison, from ones that are touched to spores that are inhaled, or, as you say, ones that can be applied to tips of weapons. One that I'm very adept at using myself is the drow poison. It's a sleeping agent that you would typically apply to some ammunition. And so I have some of that, if you wish.
That would be
Or
most appreciated.
there is also this harvested Ettercap venom. Not as potent, but still, it could come in handy. It's a simple poisonous injury. Yeah, it's an injury poison. So he has some of that. Or you want something a little bit more deadly? Let's see. What do we have? Inhaled. Or a breath, Gorgon. Jeez. That's a lot. Frog. Ingested poisons. Oh, there's a lot. What one makes sense here? Yeah, we'll find a mushroom that this one like emits a poisonous cloud of spores, and he'll need some help harvesting this. So says, yeah, be careful with this one. Let's see if we can't harvest it. Maybe you can use it as a bomb or something. Give me a. What was it you said you got? Poisonous
I
kit.
can, yeah. I
Proficiency.
can give myself proficiency in it. So unless they gave me like gloves and stuff for handling poisons, I'd imagine that would be the most appropriate.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, then. So you can give me a poisonous kit proficiency check, but it's going to be with advantage because he's going to be helping.
Okay. 23.
23? Heck yeah. Okay, that works. All right. This is known as anosmia. Anosmia? Yes, anosmia. It is a hallucinogenic spore, and
Okay.
once it is breathed in through the nose, a creature may be experiencing vivid hallucinations. Usually, it's a pretty bad trip. They might see allies as enemies. They might see tunnels where there are not and start running in them. But it's a very potent poison.
Okay. And
DC
how many
18,
doses?
to be exact.
How many doses of that do I get?
He's going to give you 1 dose.
Yeah.
It's quite carrying more. He says is maybe going to be unstable, but it takes a long time to grow. Okay, so it is a DC 18 con save inhaled poison. I've actually got it on the OneNote.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got it.
He says if a creature is particularly powerful scent, like a keen sense, that is where it shines best.
Okay.
It's particularly effective against like wolves, for example.
Dice isn't sure how to feel about that, but
yeah, that's true. Well, you never know. Maybe that comes up. But yeah, you can put down you got like a dose of anosmia.
yeah, I'll put that on my sheet.
Okay. And you got a dose of drow poison and a dose of what was the other one I said?
I think you said Adcap.
Oh yeah, Ettercap venom. And that's a basic poison one.
Okay. Geist will
Quite low potency though.
thank them, and in exchange for that, because I feel like I should give them something. But what can I give them without tapping into the party loot? Actually, I can probably tap into the party loot for one thing, because this is. I will give them 1 gourd of the alcohol we found.
Okay, yeah. They definitely appreciate that.
Yeah.
Reminds me of home.
Yes.
There was so much decadence back in the elite houses. They would have the finest wines.
Well,
I shall enjoy this.
I hope so. One has loot of my group's liberation of the fortress above, so yeah. Right.
Well, all right. With that, I think you can be on your way.
Yep.
All right, back to the surface, I guess. Cool. When you return, you can hand out the rations or begin cooking them over forges fires, and you're able to feed pretty much all the refugees here for the day, so that they're not just gonna starve. At least you've been resourceful this day, getting them food, and hopefully by that point the sleet storm has finally died down. Let's check exactly what happened to that. When you arrive, Tall Tree mentions the weather is easing up. It should be a little bit safer to travel, but I will say it will be getting dark. Maybe we might as well rest here for the night anyway and hit it in the morning.
I agree.
All right then. In that case, then we can skip over to the next long rest. The next day, guys can complete a long rest, and it looks as though the weather shifts from a sleet storm into a blizzard over the night.
Not much better, but better than it was. I do have credit.
And I think finally, by the time you wake up, it's actually only a light snow. Just much better traveling conditions.
But this is excellent. Not only did we get to feed everybody yesterday, but now we have much better traveling conditions.
Yes, just
running short on
don't.
time, but we wouldn't
Yeah.
have got
Yeah.
far yesterday anyway.
Are-
So
Are we going to put Sheila on the sled so that she keeps up? Or just have her follow us?
Put them on the sled, I would imagine.
on the
Yeah.
sled if we can. I know she's heavy,
Yeah.
but she's
The
useful
sled
in a
is
fight.
sled is going to be difficult in the spine of the world.
Hmm.
You're traveling mountainous regions. Not saying it's impossible, but there might be certain crevasses or peaks that you need to scale, and a sled will have to stick to a different form of navigation rather than taking shortcuts, so to speak. But Sheila can walk about the same pace as you guys, just when you're not on axe peak, that is.
Hmm.
Yeah, but we're taking the axe peaks, aren't we? But
Yeah.
travel
I assume
faster.
yes. I assume so, yeah.
Sheila carry bits and catch up behind us.
Carry bit.
Yeah, I'll say okay. We won't take the sled. Sheila can follow behind because she doesn't need to rest. And I'll just say, just follow behind as best as you can and catch up with us when you get there. Okay? I trust you, buddy. And I'll give her a pat on the shoulder.
I give you a
Okay.
thumbs up. And I guess, yeah, you begin setting out. All right.
Are we going to take? We need to take at least one extra axe beak to help carry stuff. Then we're not going to have stuff on the sled because remember we had a ton of our survival gear on our tents and everything on the sled. So I don't want to leave the tent behind.
Yeah, we'll need to take that. Well, we will have an extra axe beak because we gained an
We have
extra
an
one,
extra
didn't
one,
we? And
yeah.
then, as Skrapp isn't coming with us, that gives us that one spare.
Okay, there you go. You can
I
put
think.
everything you need in those saddlebags. Makes sense. All right, setting out. Light snow this time. No killer blizzard. And yeah, you set out from the cold stone fortress of Sara-Jane, or whoever the heck that guy was. Uh, just some guy, fortress. Beginning the long trek. The last thing you see is the families kind of huddled together, watching from the entrance. Their hopes and prayers with you guys to face this place, face this mountainous region and find Kuldahar. But despite the hardship etched on their faces, there definitely appears to be a sense of hope and determination. Like you've slain a Shardland dragon. At this point, they believe there's nothing you can't do. They do truly seem to see you as heroes, and they wish you good luck in finding this swiftly. Talltree also has an air of confidence about him. Says, "All right, follow me. I will lead the way." And he begins trekking into the mountains, I guess, on his own axe beak. Actually, he probably used one of the giant lizards from.
Oh yeah, that's true.
from,
We also have the giant
the
lizards.
fortress. Like, screw it, I'll use this. I'm not sure they're equipped for surviving the Arctic, but I don't much care what happens to this. I'll ride it to exhaustion if I have to. And all right, the travel is long. It is somewhere in the spine of the world, which takes days to navigate.
I did just think one last thing. Whilst we were obviously, because we spent an extra day in the fortress, would Tully have been able to turn up by then and with any from her?
Yes, I was just thinking that.
Because she did her whole thing, didn't she?
Yeah, she went to Goodmead, went to see the Shrine of Sylvanus, and yeah, I guess actually at this point then Tali would show up, catching up to you guys. She arrives just as you're on the exit, like you get to the bottom of like the switchback of Sunblight, and you can see Tali approaching on her own axe beak, the small freckled half elf. Just sort of waves up to you guys. Says, "Oh, Icewind Trekkers! Ah, I'm glad I caught up to you in time. So, I do have some information from the statue. There was sort of a vision when I prayed to the god of nature. I saw a rise in the path in the mountains. There's this sort of hamlet that came into view. A cluster of timber and stone buildings sort of nestled into the giant roots. This place, it must be real, but there's a place of such rugged beauty it's shrouded from the rest of the world. For its own safety, the druids, they use spells to create sort of hallucinatory terrain. So even if you get close, you could end up just passing right on through or around it without ever noticing the giant tree in your midst. I guess to sort of solve that issue, we would need some sort of way to see through it.
I don't suppose your vision told us how to do that?
Well, not exactly, no. But you can roll Arcana checks if you can think of a way.
I actually can. And Ashanti says maybe we could use the seed from the chewingas, or the berry from the chewinga and the foxes. When we get close enough, use the berry and then ask them to lead us the rest of the way.
They are
Surely
tied
the
to
chewinga
nature.
and the foxes that live there would know the way.
That live where? The foxes? They live in Kuldahar?
Well, I'm sure that there are animals that live all around the sacred tree. I mean, it can exist in isolation.
Yeah. Even if it's like insects, trees have to coexist with something to live.
Okay. It's potentially an option. And anyone else want to roll Arcana as well?
I have
All
I
right.
have locate object.
Yeah, I was thinking the
I
same.
think we could maybe use that to help. If we have an idea of what we're looking for. I have detect magic, but it's only good for 30 feet, so I don't know. We'd have to be really close to see anything. But I might be able to see that if illusion magic was being used, I guess.
To some degree, illusion magic is detectable. In other cases, it's possible that the illusion pulls its wall over the eyes of detect magic. So, for example, like someone who's invisible wouldn't be visible to someone using detect magic because you can't see them, and thus you can't even see the magic that's on them. Terrain might give off some sort of illusion magic if you're kind of drawing near, but the truest way to see through that is what David would know, and that is true seeing. But that's a 6th level spell, which none of you have access to. But that would be the one easy trump to this.
What if when we think we get somewhere near, didn't you have?
I have a couple spells I could do, but I can't do them today. I need an overnight rest so I can inscribe the runes on the skull.
Okay.
Well, I did just take a rest, but I did speak with dead instead of one of the other ones. So there's a couple I could do see invisibility, but it's not like we need to be close. I could do speak with plants, which would maybe talk to the plants around, see if they know. I could do there's one called locate animals or plants, and I can locate a specific kind of beast or plant creature or a non-magical plant. So if this is a plant creature within 5 miles, I could locate it, but I don't know if it counts as a plant creature or not. So I have a couple things that could help, but I don't know which one is the
Tali
best.
says, I think Kuldahar was most definitely a magical plant. Though I definitely saw there were other druids within the grove. Some of them had familiars, like smaller awakened shrubs and the like.
An awakened shrub is a plant, though, not a creature. Or is it a plant creature?
It's a plant creature,
Because I could find awakened plant creatures and find. I guess that would get us close. If I did that.
Okay.
I could look for the.
What level spell is that?
It's a 2nd level spell.
Okay.
So I could do it with my Skullomancy, Cartomancy ability, and so it's sort of during a long rest. I can take on any bard spell that I have a level 4. So right now I have Speak with Dead, because I thought we would need that for looking for things in case we came across something. But I could change it out tomorrow to locate animals or plant creature, and I could try to see if we think we might be close.
Well,
to
it is
locate
the
these
start of
awakened
a
shrubs.
new day. So I would allow you to change your spells here and now. Because it basically is the start of a new day.
Yeah.
I will change it over to locate animals. It's called locate animals or plants, I think. And I can look for a specific kind of beast, plant, creature, or non-magical plant. So if we think we're within 5 miles,
perfect.
and I can only do it once a day because it's the Skullomancy thing. So I can only do it once per day. So if we think we might be within 5 miles, I can try looking for those awakened shrubs, and that might get us closer.
If we're not able to like find it exactly, didn't one of us get some sort of gaseous form thing? I remember someone giving us something like that.
I have a potion of gaseous form, yeah.
Like,
I think that
one
would
of us.
How does that help?
Well, how big of an illusion terrain can they make? If we know we're in the right area, one of us could fly up and find it from the top. Big
and
tree.
look down into the hallucinatory terrain.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
still
How?
see the hallucinatory terrain.
Well, what I'm saying is, how big
You can't
can
go
you?
out or you can go out or into the hallucinatory terrain. Doesn't matter. It's still hallucinatory.
What I'm saying is, oh, you cast a spell and the whole world can be hallucinatory terrain. Like, how big is it? Like,
It's a massive area, but seeing it from a different angle doesn't change the hallucinatory terrain.
oh, I'm not looking saying we look for hallucinatory terrain. I'm saying we look for a big fucking tree. Like,
But the
unless
tree is in the
Which is
hallucinatory terrain.
Yeah, which is disguised in the hallucinatory terrain.
my confusion here is, if it's a huge fucking tree, how big can
Yep.
they make hallucinatory terrain?
Made to look like a huge fucking mountain.
Oh shit! How big is that spell? Holy crap! I need to look that up.
It's
How
the
many
standard one is
Miles?
the standard 4th level one is an 150-foot cube, but that's just one druid casting it. If they've got enough druids,
Mhm.
Jesus
Yep.
Christ!
And they said that Tali mentioned that they saw like little hamlets into the roots. This is not just one druid. This is like a whole settlement of druids. It seems.
Well, Barry wouldn't know that anyway, so I'd still suggest it.
You
based
guys
on
want me to?
Well,
You want me to cast my spell now, or wait until we think we might be a little closer? Because I don't know if we know what direction even right now.
yeah,
Tall Tree says I can get us close, at
yeah.
least within
Okay.
the 5 miles.
Okay, that's good.
Um,
Then
Yeah.
once we're within that 5 miles, then I can do my thing, and hopefully that'll get us like that much closer, right?
Yeah. Do we know
Right.
how tall this tree is meant to be? Like, because that might give us an idea. If they're disguising it as a mountain, we might be able to work out what mountain it is, or something like that.
I mean, there's a lot of mountains of all kinds of sizes. I
Yeah.
don't know if that's going to be helpful narrowing it down, but
Mm.
we need something to identify a specific tree in a specific forest.
Big tree. We need to find the
It's-
biggest tree there is.
Mm. I myself had never laid eyes on it. I know of its location, but it's a previous generation of mine that once lived there. Tali, on the other hand, says, well, in the vision, it started with Sylvanus himself planting it, and I remember it sort of passing through generations. It's probably been there for over 200 years. And I saw like a sort of time lapse of it growing. There was originally like a council of druids that resided over it, but I used to say how tall it's grown in this time. But I remember it being like over 100 feet tall in the vision.
Mm.
It could be more. It's yeah, probably thousands of feet tall. More like
Thousands of feet
it's hard to
tall.
judge scale.
Yes. Well, even in the spine of the world, there's probably only going to be a few areas where you could disguise something quite that big with something else.
Mm.
But if you can get us close, Captain Uck, that would be appreciated.
5 miles. That's all I need.
All right. Well, let's get the first 30 miles out of the way. And for him, like that's a good pace for a Goliath traveling in the mountains. Like covering 30 miles in a day is ridiculous. Mountains are difficult terrain for the most part. He's a Goliath though, so he has a much larger stride than most humanoids. I doubt you can make that though. So he's gonna have to slow his pace to get down to maybe 20 miles. And yes, although this is on Axe Peaks, like I say, the difficult, rugged terrain, having to kind of go back on yourself through switchbacks and the like, it makes it so that you end up kind of getting to about here, roughly, on the first day. And that's like, again, as I say, as a good pace. Let me just check the old weather. Light snow was for the first like 5 hours, I believe. Yeah, and then for the latter half of the day. Oh no. It's oh wait, that's great. It's a clear sky. That's actually fantastic. Okay, I'm not gonna make you
Ooh,
roll frost
wow.
checks on a clear sky. Yeah, you actually have a very decent view of the mountain range. And Kapanak even suggests, well, with weather this fortuitous, I would actually advise we push on through the night.
I think at this point we don't have much choice with the time sensitivity of the thing.
Yeah, we're under the gun a little bit, right? So.
Yeah, and we lost a day because of the bad weather.
Oh.
Already.
What's that word I use? What's a gun? I don't know what that is. Never mind. We're
Under the crossbow, I think you mean, yeah.
Yeah, under the crossbow is what I meant to say.
Oh, indeed. All right. Well.
And with a clear sky, there's no clouds to trap in what little heat there is. So we may want to move through the night to keep ourselves warm. It's going to get really cold really fast.
If it gets really bad, I can throw up my in the morning.
Shelter.
I can throw up my shelter and we can rest then if it gets really bad. But while the weather's good, I agree with pushing on. Get within 5 miles.
All right. Everyone can make me a really low basic Constitution save. This isn't a frost save though. It's just a Constitution save.
Saying really low basic means I'm going to fail.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
See?
like that you mean.
Like that.
Yeah. If you have anything to add, you might be able to get it.
It's a Constitution save.
Yes.
Can I use knowledge from a past life? It says an ability check that uses let's use a skill. I don't have a skill. Never mind.
No, it's not a skill.
Resistance would buff it from someone.
Save, but that's it.
Failed ability check now, so guidance won't do. I mean, I can give myself a bardic. No, I can't give myself bardic inspiration.
No, can't.
It's just getting tired.
Yeah, Bits does look tired, though a resistance might be able to save Bits.
Because it's D2 now, isn't it?
Yeah, you have a 50-50 of getting 2, so...
Sorry, what do you...
Hulla's going to try and help Bits through the night.
Apparently on a D2 they rolled an 8.
Nice. Just roll a... Right. Just roll a D2.
Oh, that went to a D22.
No idea how that got to that. Hey, there you go. All right, Bits. Bits is actually okay when with Hulla's nearby magic bolstering them through the night. They are able to stay awake. Little feetsies are probably just getting tired. Unfortunately for David, yeah. Wait a minute.
There's not a lot I can do, but I have deathless nature, so I don't need.
You don't need sleep.
I don't need sleep. So if it's just
Why
like,
are you even rolling? Yeah, you don't even need to worry about that roll. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just
this was
to be a part of the group. I was like, there's something that helps me with this, but no. Okay. I'm just dead, so it's okay.
That's exactly right.
Starts feeling tired because he feels he should feel tired, but not because he is.
Yeah. Oh man, guys, I'm dead tired here.
Kapanuk's like, I don't get it.
Because I'm dead.
We also may want to walk the Axe Peaks a bit to give them a break because they're not going to be able to run all through the night.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. All right, so you can walk the axe peaks through some of the more treacherous terrain as well. Okay, well,
Take it easy.
this is fine. You are pushing on forwards, and it means your food won't run low either. You've got plenty of rations to keep you going. All the while through the mountain pass, occasionally you spot perhaps a nearby flagstone, and this looks to be like the Three Arrow orc tribe, and seems to be placed here as like a warning. And you can see several like spikes jutting out of the ground in that kind of similar formation to represent like the three arrows. And yeah, Hulla and Ashanti, you would both recognize it. Like three big stakes that are kind of like lashed together and stuck into the snow, that form like this kind of three-pronged symbol. Is definitely reminiscent of the orc tribes that might be living out here in the mountains. Last time you came across them, I think they were hostile.
Have we met any orc tribes in the mountains so far? Trying to think.
We met some
Maybe
orcs
not,
when
but-
we climbed up Kelvin's cairn.
Yes, you did. You got right into a fight with them.
And caused an avalanche.
Yeah, threw them down the mountain.
And finished them off. Yeah. So
They're
there
the
are
what
signs of more orc bandits in these mountains.
Friend them,
Do you try?
get rid of them.
That's up to you guys. You could hunt them down. You could avoid them, but this is clearly their territory that you're coming up to.
It may be their territory, but we're on a mission, and we need to help the 10 towners. So unless they decide to focus on us, I don't think we need to. We need to be aware and keep an eye out for them, but I don't think we need to spend time hunting them down, so to speak.
Yeah.
So, do we need to stealth then, or do you think we can just do a wide berth?
Yeah, you could stealth. You could try and avoid them entirely. It's up to you. Would you like
Stealthing
to
doesn't
try
seem
to...
a bad idea.
Yeah, it's up to you guys.
Vet will
You can
put
either
on
give
their
them a wide
cloak.
berth, which takes you a little bit longer. But if you say you're on a mission, you want to go straight through, then just trying to avoid being detected by them is another option.
Yeah, I
Seems like
think
it's
we
about
should.
even either way, and I'd
Yeah.
rather avoid confrontation if we can, to be honest.
Yeah.
I agree.
If we're gonna have to stealth through, then we'll be going slowly. Whereas if we go around, not only do we avoid the fight, but we can go at a regular pace.
Are they moving, or are they just sort of camped out there?
No, this is a sign. It's a
Mm-hmm.
sign that they are near. This is their
They're near,
territory. It's a it's a warning sign.
And it depends how big
Got
their
it.
territory is to how much it's
Mhm.
going to pull us out of our way. Hapanuk, you've
Okay.
travelled to this point, near this tree before. Did you come this way previously?
I came from the east from Wormdoom Crag.
Ah.
But
Okay.
I am aware there are Three Arrow tribe orcs in the mountains. They usually hunt goats and other wildlife that are living out here in the mountains. This could be their hunting ground, not necessarily their camp.
Maybe we go through and we just try to stealth, and hopefully we don't come across them.
If they're looking for, this is like their hunting ground, I'm wondering if this might be there's weird use of it is to pull some animals out of the bag so that there is something for them to hunt that we can send off as like a distraction as we're going
Could.
through.
Cool.
Maybe we could pull some animals out of a bag. I'm happy to do that.
Alright. Let's see what you get.
Yeah, let's do that.
So, bag of tricks.
Just send them
Roll.
off, like, go that direction.
Steal.
Make a commotion. A seal in the mountains. That's that odd one.
Polar bear.
How did that get there?
Polar bear's
alright.
good. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, big
If we
sauce
get a
meat.
goat or
I
something,
can't have
we
a
need
polar
the
bear
goat.
again, can I?
No,
No.
that would be awesome.
We need the goat.
Oh god, it's
The
Wally
walrus.
again.
Bloody walrus.
So we're gonna have
Mountain walrus.
a polar bear leading the pack with a seal and a walrus. And to me,
Fantastic.
I would think that. Do we know that druids change into animals?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the orcs would think they're
See.
druids.
Oh,
A group of
Okay.
druids that have changed form.
Fantastic. All right.
we can-
And you're just going to send these off out into the wilderness, hope that
Yes,
they're
sort of
distracting enough.
to an angle, but like within the boundaries of the of these signs that we keep coming across.
And just be
Perfect.
like, good luck.
just doing
Yeah.
a loop, a loop of the area.
Yeah, they head off in like a direction that's completely adjacent to yours, so that they're leading them as far away as possible. And this is during the night as well, so if the orcs are up, that's another element to consider. But they make do you want to make as much noise as possible, like just attract them?
They
Yeah,
can
I-
make.
I
I give them-
yeah.
I give them the
Yeah.
command to make noise, and if they start to get attacked, run away.
Okay.
That's to lead them away, basically.
They just start making an absolute racket as they just charge off down the mountain. The
Fitz
walrus
is suddenly
probably.
perked up and is looking like, what? What's going on?
Is that what a walrus actually sounds like? Is that an
Oh
actual
no, this is a
walrus sound?
walrus,
Oh, that's the
and this
walrus.
is a seal. They just start rolling down the mountainside. And
All
just
trees looking at
big-
us like we're insane. Like, what are you guys doing?
I've never seen a walrus in the mountains. Yes, very well could be mistaken for a druid.
Yep.
In any case, I think that's a suitable enough distraction. Let's push on. Try to stay
Yeah.
low.
Do we need to stealth then, or are we just using that?
I think that'll work. I think that's funny enough. It certainly is just this massive commotion. You just see these mountain walruses rolling down the hill, the mountainside. That, yeah, any orcs nearby that are hunting will definitely hear that and go to investigate that rather than
Well,
you guys.
I'm glad we didn't roll a fish because I don't think that would be believable.
Yeah, these are
Think-
big targets at least. Make
Yeah.
a lot of noise.
A fish
polar
wouldn't be
bear is a good
believable in the
source of meat.
mountain. I could believe
Yeah,
a
for
mountain seal.
A mountain
Oh,
mountain
yeah.
walrus. That's perfectly doable.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's the
Alright,
god of the
excellent.
mountain.
Pushing on another 8 hours then. Up to here. And I guess I'll double check the weather one last time. But let's see. 11. Wow.
That's not good.
You did luck out. You absolutely lucked out. I just rolled a ray of hope.
I was
That's
about to
fantastic.
jokingly say, and there's
Oh.
our ray of hope.
That's so good. Okay, yeah.
What is a ray of hope?
Best on the map.
A ray of hope is the very incredibly rare times when the winter abates and a clear sky gives way to the rising dawn and the sun is visible on the horizon. It's most likely due to the fact that you are so high up in the mountains and so south at the spine of the world that it's like you're seeing over the border of Icewindale and into the lands beyond, the silver pine forests, the fertile lands of Midra lay beyond. The farming villages of what's it called, Luxruna is perhaps even visible from beyond here, and there's like green. You can see green land for the
Oh,
first time in ages. It's like you're
I
escaped. You
would probably stand there and just stare for a while.
Does the
It's
ray
the
of
most
hope
breathtaking
conveniently
view.
highlight a specific mountain?
There is a sun. Sorry, the sun does crest on the mountain top of an incredibly large peak, and as Kapanuk is looking out, surveying the land, he does sort of suddenly pause and go, "There, I remember that. This was the location told to me from my ancestors. A land of endless summer. It feels as though the warmth of this horizon has never left this cold-hearted
Wow.
place."
This is so cool. Cool. I didn't expect to find it like this. This is
And we're
amazing.
5 miles out.
We are.
David,
Wow.
Yep.
have you ever?
Oh.
Were you born in Icewindale? In
I was
these
born
conditions?
not in these conditions, no.
Oh,
I mean, I was
have you?
born. I was born before the Endless Winter, but I was born in East Haven.
Yeah. Had you ever travelled out of Icewindale before?
Once when I was 10, maybe 12 years old, we went south for a vacation. But family-owned business, you don't really get many vacations, so it was kind of the only time. Yeah.
Long
We
time
went
ago,
down.
then.
Yeah, we went down to along the coast to kind of a beachy, warm spot, and had like a nice little couple weeks, just relaxing and enjoying things. But just the
Be
one time.
nice. Must be nice then seeing Midra as an adult.
I mean, I don't really remember it, so we didn't go to any of the big cities or big towns or anything. So
I mean, like now what you can see over the mountains.
I mean, it's nice not seeing winter, I guess. I mean, being stuck in the winter for so long, it's nice seeing not winter. I think is the biggest thing for me. Yeah. I'll look forward to those days when we can have like a summer dinner outside on the patio again, having some barbecue or something when things are better.
One day, maybe we'll all get out of here and have a barbecue. Or if you come to Weep, there's some really, really nice places.
Oh yeah, I guess once this is done, I can come down and visit you and Weep and see your shop with all your things, and I can purchase something and say, hey, I bought a Barritomus original.
Sorry.
Sounds good to me.
And then we'll go out and have some barbecue and whatnot. But yeah, maybe I'll come down and visit you. You're from in Weep after we're done this.
And
I can travel with Ashanti's caravan to get there, so I can visit Ashanti on the caravan, and I mean, Vetter will probably be up here still, so I'll visit her somehow, and then Hulla will be sailing or something that she does, I guess.
There are many boats in Weep, I'm sure. She'll do well though. I do gesture to everyone like you'd all be welcome, not just David.
Oh, I feel less.
My dad and Ayala are in Weep right now. So Barry, we're definitely going to see each other there.
Once I've taken back control of what's left of my tribe, well, taken control, not taken back control, because I never had the control, I'll try to journey down that way.
Oh yes, the same for you, isn't it? Have you ever been out of? Or have...
No. The Reghead mostly just follow the trails of the animals and nomadically travel around the dales. So I've never been. Heck, I've rarely even been as far south as the 10 towns, let alone all the way down to the spine of the world.
Oh,
Yeah, we went really far south. Like this is the spine of the world in the north, whatever the base is, the knees of the world, or the ankles of the world, or something. we went all the way down.
Well, it'll be quite the treat for some of us then when we do finally get past all this and out of here. When we save the Dales. And I don't know. Still don't know what we're going to do about Oral if we do come against
Polar
her.
bear's taking damage.
We like when we last saw Oral, she didn't seem happy about what she was doing. I don't know if you all saw that.
I think I've seen Oral once, and she was not happy. Well, no, I think she was happy in general.
I mean,
so hard she didn't talk to us or say anything. She just sort of took our friend and left.
But she was crying while she did it.
Yeah.
Like, she didn't want to be doing that. Maybe she doesn't want this winter to be happening.
Maybe she's just trying to save those she can. Maybe.
Yeah.
Somehow. But
It's misunderstood.
Who knows? We might be able to stop the winter without hurting or angering Oral. Maybe she doesn't want it to be a winter herself.
I mean,
having permanent winter just doesn't make any sense because gods need followers and she's gonna starve everyone. So I'm still kind of working with the assumption that she's in trouble.
It's possible that this winter is some kind of defense, maybe.
Could be.
Maybe she's in danger and the only thing to stop what's coming for her is the winter.
That somehow or other this isn't what she really wants, which means that maybe we don't have to fight her. We have to fight with her.
Hopefully.
Which I'd prefer, honestly.
I mean, another difficulty I have, I don't know whether it was the madness from that statue or if it was an actual memory that had been locked away, but at least under that madness I seem to see Oral briefly, and it seems like they felt I owed them a favor, but for basically allowing me a second life.
Well, I mean, what is saving all of her people if not repaying a favor?
Yes, that is true. I mean, I've seen what will happen if we fail and this winter never ends.
We better get to it then. And I'm going to take out the skull that has... Let's locate some plant creatures.
Okay.
And I'm going to carefully take out the skull, and it's a new thing for me, so I'm not going to do anything crazy with it. But I'm going to put my thumbs into the eye sockets and then slowly crack the skull open as I'm whispering the runes to sort of do that, and then release the spell.
Okay, yeah. And the eyes kind of flicker and glow with a greenish hue as you release this spell out into the distant mountain.
And I'm looking for was it awakened shrubs?
Awakened shrubs, absolutely. You immediately detect the presence of animated plant-like creatures, quite an abundance of them, and they all seem to be nestled on the top of a a region that looks very mountainous from where you're standing. I guess as you're kind of peering in the brilliant light of new day, this ray of hope shines perhaps some illumination on what you're trying to see. You don't see any trees on that mountainside, and yet you detect their presence. You can feel them moving. Give me an investigation check, David. And I'll give you advantage because you're the one piercing through this illusion and trying to disbelieve it.
Investigation with advantage. Hold on. Don't tell me anything yet, because I'm gonna boost that
You're frail.
with knowledge from a past life to add a d6. It's a 16.
Can I guidance that?
Yes, you can. You're gonna need to.
Please.
It's one short.
It's one short. Okay, so
One short,
give me the
Extra
guidance.
two, then.
Give me the guidance.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
He has to learn to do this himself.
2.
Two.
The walrus helps. Yes, a 2 is enough to make it 18, and you start to see through the illusion. The area surrounding that mountain is perhaps fraying at the edges. You see that there's some color emerging, like green, and then when you see these slight mounds of snow and ridges, they shift and warp into the shape of roots that entangle and stretch out from this massive, beautiful tree that is again like it's silhouetted by the sun that you're looking at right now. In fact, yeah, because you're looking out to the east, aren't you?
I'm looking out before I sort of say anything to everybody. David's actually gonna smile a little bit and just sort of look, because it's a gorgeous sight for him.
Oh,
It is
Yeah.
this massive tree, this sort of the shining light of holy
Oh.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
the shining light of the sun and everything, and it's just
Wow.
it's really like a really spectacular sight to behold. And so he's gonna smile before and just take like 10 seconds to himself before he lets everybody know what he sees, and that's where it is. I can see it.
Wait, you found it? I
Yeah.
can't believe we found it.
Yeah,
That's
it's right there. I know where to go now.
And lead the way.
Okay.
Good job. And yeah, and almost in trusting in David's vision, you two all kind of begin to believe what they're describing and what they see. And as you're approaching with determination and absolution that this is the location you're looking for, the illusion begins to melt away, almost as if it just cannot hold against your pure belief in this. And you start to all see, as you crest a rise in the path, the hamlet of Kuldahar comes into view. A cluster of timber and stone buildings nestled into the giant roots of an impossibly large tree. The ancient oak's branches stretch high into the sky. The tree seems to almost pulse with a faint green light, causing the snow within the aura to melt away. Despite the chill of the air and the harshness of the journey, the sight of Kuldahar and its great oak seems to fill you with a sense of warmth and safety.
This does remind me of the scene in Hook where Peter realizes the invisible food is real. And he can see the food because he believes it. He finally believes in it.
That's it.
Such a good scene.
I am so surprised that there's artwork. I honestly thought, Chris, that you just threw this bone to us so we wouldn't feel so bad about losing 6 of the towns.
I think
The
this is the bone
Kuldahar
that
is a
I
real
didn't-
place in
I did
Icewindale.
I did not know that. I genuinely thought, oh, Chris is just being nice to us because, we feel so bad about the sharpening dragon and he's
the
trying
art
to
looks
help us out. But the
the
art is
art looks so
spectacular.
good. It looks so good. It's
I love
like a
how,
mix between like a Rivendell type thing and Hobbiton.
yes,
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks
yes.
very
Right?
Lord of the Rings.
Like, how could they
It
have
looks very
omitted this from the module? It's such a fantastical location. And as you approach the gate, you see 2 guards in fur-lined armor looking over you. They say, "Welcome to Kuldahar." Not in an unfriendly tone, but they seem to be wary of you. And they say, "I'm afraid we are not allowing groups to enter at this time.
Oh,
The council is making decisions."
what if we enter singularly then?
Not as a group. I am my own person.
A representative?
Yes,
We
he is
are-
our representative.
We are representatives of the Icewindale's 10 towns. Well, 4 towns
See.
now.
Four towns. Yeah.
Yeah, sad times came about us, and we're here to discuss important matters to do with, well, a giant dragon that destroyed them that we took out.
And if your council are having a meeting to discuss things, and this seems like the opportune moment because we have things to discuss with them. Oh my god, Chris even has art of the actual town in the inside.
Amazing.
And that's actually like such a good map for it as well. Like the amount
my
of times
God.
I've looked for like tree towns and stuff and not found good maps.
There's no
Right.
snow.
Got a ship?
There's no
Oh my
snow.
God. I've
No
haven't
snow
seen
for the
greenery
first
in
time
so
ever.
long. It's
Oh
so
my
beautiful.
God.
The party's like weeping at the sight of this, and the 2 like guards are like, these, well, it's good that you have an appreciation for nature. They pull back their hoods. You can see their kind of elven heritage. They're like,
I
pointy ears
I
on.
pull back my own hood to display my elvish features as well.
If it helps at all with persuading you, we are here on for good causes. We were led here partially by a vision from Sylvanas himself.
Peaceful means.
Sylvanas. Tali says, "Yes. Oh, and in the vision, I saw this council meeting. There was a tall, blonde-haired leader of your kind with a mossy cloak, and she had a staff of like a yew tree, and they look at each other and they're like describing Isilor. And she's like, yes, and there was another one with a snow leopard's cloak, and they seem to be like nodding. Only Sylvanas could have given you a vision of the interior of Kuldahar.
In other words, we have the blessing of a deity that brings us here as well. It's what she wanted.
We will permit you entry, but we ask that you hand over any weapons to our quartermaster. This is a
have no
place of
issues with that.
peace.
We are peaceful people.
All right. In that case, they let out a kind of bird call, and a woman with long white waving hair and sort of these antlers growing out of her hood approaches, and she says, we of the Weald and the tree will be watching you.
Somewhere we can stable our axe beaks. They've traveled a great distance and need to rest.
Yes. Follow me. And she does lead you into the nearby stables. The
Okay.
axe beaks are given a shelter and warmth and feed.
Okay.
And it looks as though they don't even like charge you for anything like in stabling them or the food. There is an abundance here. You see sacks upon sacks of grain and animal feed,
God.
as though, yeah, it's just, and all the animals look very healthy and well fed in here. And not just axebeaks. You see there are horses and other tamed animals as well.
Fitz is going to be just grateful to be off her feet. So I'm probably going to feed her and let her sleep with the axe beaks to rest up. Although she is so excited to be somewhere that there's no snow.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Grab you guys.
And so where are we to leave our weapons?
They say you will leave them with me. I am the quartermaster of Kuldahar.
Okay.
I
And
will
so
keep them.
Ashanti starts divesting herself of weapons. This may take a bit.
Yeah, Geist is going to put their various weapons inside their quiver and be like, I'm okay handing this over, but if I find out any of you have touched my bow, I won't be happy. Because the bow also goes in the quiver.
It's not a bad idea. Do you want us to put all of our weapons in?
I mean, I won't
Geist's
be able to fit them all in, but if they're like spears and things like that, I can. That I could fit my bow in there. I'm not too fussed about the short swords and the dagger. They actually probably can't go in there, so I'll have to hand them over normally, but... Yep.
She says they will be placed in Girth's equipment shop for the time being. And it's going to be over here. They're just going to be stored safely. You can collect them when you're ready to leave.
Ah, excellent. I've just conveniently seen the cackling chasm turn into Girth's equipment shop.
That's right. That's over here. Okay. So that's where you're taken. So you kind of cross this bridge. And there's this little babbling brook beneath you, a river that runs through the roots.
God, actual running water.
I'm gonna
running water.
I'm gonna reach my hand into the water to feel if it's cold or what the temperature of the water is. It's
cool, but not like freezing cold. Not like you're gonna get hypothermia shock when you dive in. You imagine this is refreshing to the mouth. It is gonna be just a cool sort of temperature. Not like too cold, but not warm either. Just chilled.
Hulla, do you think we can ask for a bath? A real bath?
Oh my god. That would be
real, honest bath. With clean clothes at the end of it that aren't freezing.
It does appear as though you have traveled far. There is shelter in the Evening Shade Inn. If you wish to take a bath, I can arrange that. And so she would take you up to this little area here. Actually, I'm gonna go back up across the roots into this building that is actually nestled underneath the tree roots themselves. And it's a cozy establishment with a warm fire and comfortable beds. And a halfling greets you, named Meldrick, who is friendly and accommodating, and they get warm baths run for all of you. And he takes good care of you guys.
I think I died in the last battle, and I didn't realize it. Oh my gosh, a bath.
Yeah.
A real bath. I've drug soap all over Icewindale, and I'm finally getting to use it for real.
Weirdly, so have I. It's one of the items on my list. It's just like, and then I'm just, I'm now wondering. I would guess like Reghead would have had like ice baths or gone to hot springs, like natural hot springs.
Yeah, there are hot
We
springs
haven't-
near.
Yeah, we haven't run across any hot springs, and fuel's been so
I mean,
precious that I'm sure we've done the whole with a rag and spot wash
Yeah.
kind of thing. But just to soak, I think Ashanti is just gonna put herself as far down in the tub as she can with just her nose sticking out.
I think the closest we've had to like anything near a hot spring would be where we fought the frost giants, because there was that whole thing where the frost giants went into like the hot spring to die.
Oh god, yeah.
Oh, this is absolutely incredible. Bits is with the axe speaks, Chris.
Okay. No worries.
Bits knows to guard. Bits has a bone and some food, and is probably napping, because Bits traveled all night long and deserves a good sleep.
Yeah, I like how one of our axe speaks has become Sirloin's mount. or is Sirloin here?
Maybe, yeah. No, he's in the hot tub, like, all right. I forget.
Yeah.
I think they just.
It looked like the other group was in the middle
reasons.
of a big battle with Sardarok.
Yeah, like
They
Veta
were.
likes
not relaxing just yet.
This is the
Veta
one.
likes the idea of a warm bath, but they just sort of stare at the water apprehensively, if only because of the time where we faced that water elemental and I almost drowned.
Yeah.
They're
Also,
just like,
who's Zardarok?
Oh, that was out of game.
Oh.
Beats me. Can't access. In any case, yeah. In fact, whilst you're soaking away in the bath here, Veta, you do feel like almost an icy core of yourself slowly melting away. Not in a dangerous way, not like you're dying or anything, but it just feels like a shift, like an elemental affinity is being attuned to something else. As you breathe, you no longer see that breathy frost that comes out of your mouth. It's sort of just like this warm air for the first time.
oh my god, have I managed to unlock the ability to go into summer mode? Or spring mode?
Maybe.
If they carry on, I'm going to forget why we came here.
Yeah, I would like to. I'd like to. The baths are nice and the beds are nice and this place is absolutely amazing. But we do have a job to do.
But we can do it with clean skin and clean hair and clean clothes.
What's the quartermaster's name? I'd like to, if possible. I know that the council used
Palantir.
Palantir. I know the guards out front said that the council was in a meeting already, but if we could join the meeting or speak to them afterwards, it would be we'd be very grateful to be able to have that time.
If you are presentable, I will usher you towards the podium in the council chambers. The meeting would. She looks up at the sky momentarily and says, "The meeting will already be underway at this point."
Are we not presentable enough now? We need to do a little bit more, huh? A little haggard.
She like wafts her hand in the air slightly, and you feel like a warm blow of air that just whooshes through your head, and it dries your hair basically.
I mean, I already know prestidigitation. It's not. Do that too.
Oh, this is Druidcraft. It uses like a puff of warm. It's basically a hairdryer. But yeah.
I guess we should get out a comb
and comb her hair and drag out her cleanest clothes out of her backpack.
I guess there's
I
also a
have-
scent of like wild herbs and berries that also kind of like accompanies that. It's like a floral scent. It's almost like a perfume. She kind of whooshes you away as well. But
Thank you.
where?
Thank you so much. This is the first real bath I have had since I've been on this journey. I cannot tell you how much this restored my soul. Thank you. Thank you for the
Gee.
hospitality. Thank you for the courtesy and the gift of the warmth and the perfume.
She nods and bows and says, "Well, I've been a patient caretaker of many folk who have come here, and of all the people I've met, you are amongst some of the more pleasant types. Thank you for your well-mannered demeanors. If you would be so kind as to follow me, I will try and get you a meeting with the council."
Thank you. We
Thank you.
again. This is
Tali-
already the best, most welcoming place we've been in a long time.
Tali's like, "This is amazing. Oh, I'm so glad I came with you guys. I nearly missed the boat. This is so amazing, like real druids that don't want to kill us," she says under her breath as they're being led off. Tooltree is out there in the by the statue and is staring up at Sylvanas as well. There's like this fountain area and he's looking up at it. And
At Sylvanas? Or
Tali,
is it a statue?
yeah, a statue of
Okay.
Sylvanas stands
Okay.
in the main kind of courtyards, if you will. And Tali's like, "That looks sort of like the one from the shrine, I guess. It must be perhaps made by the same elves that once inhabited this land. It's a miracle that we even found the lost one in that cave all those months ago. Perhaps this is what I was seeing through the eyes of when I had that vision."
Huh.
All right. As you are given a little guiding tour on the way to the council, Thalantir mentions on your left is Oswald's laboratory. On your right here is the Tower of the Auric the Grey. And she basically goes through. There's shops here. There literally is shops where you can buy
Oh my god.
potions and magical items.
Oh my god.
What the hell?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I thought this was gonna be. This is so much more than I thought there was gonna be.
Sell everything.
We
We had
sell
we had a snow
potions
globe.
for
We had a
what they
snow
have on.
globe. Let's sell the snow globe.
If I can get a +1
and
bow.
This is the root cellar. It's a tavern, and you can already see just through as you're like leaning down to look. It's like this underground establishment nestled beneath the lush green and winding roots of the great oak. You can see bioluminescent lights from fireflies hanging in cages, casting a warm glow throughout the tavern. And you can see it's stocked to the brim with meads and teas.
No.
But you know,
Can I ask?
time to stop there. Oh, yeah.
All these like drinks in the tavern and that, they're not created with dead bodies, are they?
No, goodness. No,
Oh,
we have
wow.
an abundance of ingredients.
Oh my
We
god.
Oh my god,
really
they
need
have
to rely
bees
on
here
undead.
and
Yeah,
flowers.
they must have bees and flowers, yeah, if they're getting mead.
We don't have dead people mead here.
I know. I know.
No.
I realize it seems like a strange question to ask, but believe me, we've been through some strange places.
Hmm.
Mm.
we're coming
I
from,
understand.
we don't have any of this abundance, this ease. We don't have peas. We don't have
Oh,
food. We don't have warmth, cool running
Greenery,
water,
I
leaves,
grass. There's no
grass.
grass.
can't even remember the last
It's
time I saw
it's
anything like this.
forgive us if we seem simple or but it's just all these basic things that we just haven't seen in a very long time.
Hmm.
This is like another world right now for us.
He nods and smiles and says, Sister Angelina often reminds us to be grateful of what we have and not take it for granted. I see now why her words carry such weight. We are indeed fortunate to live in such a utopian-like location.
Stories we could tell to back that up as well.
She is a priestess of Ilmata, and she gestures off to the distance. She resides within the House of the Bleeding Rose. It is a modest temple to Ilmata. And yeah, it continues to go on through the tour, giving you little insights into each building, and eventually you arrive upon the podium in the council chambers, where there are many guards outside, druidic-looking guards. One of them is actually wild-shaped into this massive boar that kind of scrapes their hoofs against the ground, as if to in a mock charge. And Thalantir simply holds up her hand and says, "It is fine. They have been vetted and made presentable for the council. They are here as representatives of 10 towns."
Four
And
times.
the boar kind of lets 4 towns, yes. The boar lets out kind of like a gruff snort, and then gestures you in. The other druid takes a bow towards the keeper. And yeah, inside you see the council hall is a large room with a long table at its center. It is filled with people from all walks of life. In Kuldahar, there are dwarves, halflings, humans, and a few elves. And at the head of the table sits the archdruid Isilor. And that's the one that Tali saw in her vision. And I've got some art of them somewhere. Yeah, I mean, if you hover over her token here, you'll see it as well. And also, she's a striking high elf, tall with a slender yet athletic build. Her skin is a rich, earthy tone, and her hair flows like a waterfall of vibrant green, adorned with leaves and flowers. Her cloak shifts color and texture to blend with her surroundings, and she seems to carry this sturdy staff as well, made of like a branch of a tree. And she addresses you all as soon as you enter the room. And she says, "As you can see, we have a dire situation on our hands. I'm sure these adventurers have come to bring news of the refugees that will be soon arriving at our gates. I fear that we may not have the resources to accept them all." She's looking at the rest of the council. "But we must consider carefully how we can help them without putting our own community at risk."
Wait, how do you know?
We have many eyes. Animals across the dales have been watching the destruction and reporting back to us. We are already aware of your plight.
Then you know what we're here
Are
to
there-
ask for.
She looks to gravely kind of nod, and it says, "But I'm not sure if we can host or protect that many.
We're not
We're
going to be asking for you to take all of them. They've suffered through a lot.
And
They've
not
lost
forever.
towns,
Mhm.
and not forever.
You take the older people and the children, the ones most vulnerable.
And we don't ask
You,
you this
you-
because you're the only option. Not just the 10 towns have come together, now the 4 towns. Even the civilizations out, the Dwarga, the Shield Dwarves, and if we go to the Akanafi and Funglakalakas, I'm sure they will help as well. It's not going to be all the refugees, only a portion. And carry on, David, sorry.
sorry. I mean, this place was hidden, essentially. Do you want to take people in? I think I don't know if you want to expose yourselves in that way, or maybe just help provide the resources outside of your boundaries.
I am. I will admit we are hesitant. We still have limited resources, and we're a place of peace. We have not had any conflict in many, many years. But we've seen how the Ten Towners can bicker. We've seen the violence they have inflicted upon one another. We're not sure if we can even trust those who we let into this domain. You see, across the table from her, there's an Asamar woman with long, dark braids in the snow leopard skinned boots and cape or cloak. She does sort of scoff and says, "There's nothing to consider at all. We must let them in." And Acilio looks to be kind of grimacing. And she looks back to the rest of you and smiles warmly, rather. And she says,
She just warms herself while smiling. That's what it is.
"Yeah, that's right. Yeah, with some druid craft." She says, "You make a good case before the council. We need only protect a number to ease their survival. Like you said, women, children, elderly. We can at least accommodate for them."
Non-dangerous ones. Or as you would see them as non-dangerous.
Or you can vet them however you see fit.
Hmm.
I won't impose or force anyone that you don't want to let into your borders.
To be fair, in this time of need, I don't think anyone would want to spoil any sort of refuge for themselves to even try to cause conflict. Everyone is in dire straits.
Make me a persuasion check, Barry.
This is what I'm supposed to be good at.
Guidance.
20.
And I will
That's pretty good.
I will buff this as well using a pact, so they start to see some of the like leaves and stuff gravitate a bit around him, because it's fair like tree magic
Green
23.
tree magic. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, a little flurry of magic. They are aware of what that is as well. They can see the kind of magic going on, but you do speak from the heart, they say, and that's what they remark. Another council member, perhaps one of the halflings, says, they seem to speak from the heart. Really, I'm moved by their words, and I think we should do the right thing and help them. We would want the same. If something happened to our tree, I could only hope they would welcome us and be hospitable. And Silor says, very well. The council shall have a vote. Those in favor of allowing a portion of the refugees to enter, raise your hand, and you start to see the tally starts coming in. And with what did you get? 23 in total?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to put the votes heavily in your favor. You see, one by one, the halfling, the ASMR, a couple of dwarves, they all seem to vote in your favor. And Asilor doesn't raise her hand, but she sees and counts that she doesn't need to count the rest. She's the dwarves. Yeah, the dwarves are kind of like nodding as well. And Keeper Thalantir is also raising her hand, and so it's almost like six votes in your favor. And without needing to do the other count, she already knows. I see. Then the council has decided. It would seem as though we need to make preparations. Gather all the goods we can and prepare for their arrival. I just hope the tree can hold out.
I
She looks out almost back behind her, and there's this, as she says that, there's this deep thrumming pulse that you kind of hear, like almost like a heartbeat from within the center of the tree. And there's this greenish hue that illuminates everything with a slight sheen in the room, the council, the tables, the chairs, everything that seems to just sort of pulse with a green color for a moment.
can I insight that last statement?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, why would they be concerned that if the tree could hold out for what? Is it in danger or?
I'm gonna do the same.
Yep. Yeah, go ahead. Roll insight
Oh,
checks
god
if you
damn
want.
it. Oh, god damn it.
5, 10. Okay. It seems as though the council is sort of abruptly adjourned, as though they know immediately what they need to do to make preparations. They waste no time with bureaucratic, stuff. They just go, right, well then, to action. And you see them almost immediately like wild shaping into birds, into wild beasts that are quicker at traveling, and they flutter out through windows up to their respective homes and houses. Some of them, one person even just starts conjuring food, and like a basket of good berries erupts onto the table, and then they pick it up, and they begin like offering them some of them to you on the way out, and then make their way down to their own winery, perhaps. That said, you can see that some of the council members have stayed behind. Acilio is one of them.
We appreciate what you're going to be doing and your hospitality.
And so's Keeper Thalantir. She stays there too.
And we will do what we can to
Cheers.
make sure it's as short time as possible.
Yeah, we're looking to try and end the winter one way or another.
I see. Well, You seem like brave folk coming out here. I'm impressed you found us.
So am I.
We try to stay secluded from the rest of the world. I'm sure most of us have all had bad experiences with other societies, and things haven't often worked out. But here we carved out our own sort of corner in Icewindale, and we tried to coexist peacefully.
I can
Yes.
understand your reluctance. The world isn't always often a nice place, and getting along with other people is difficult. We wouldn't have come to you if there were any other choice. But this is about the survival of your neighbors, and we rely upon the kindness of strangers now more than ever.
My council members are right. You are all part of this world. Like you say, your neighbors. It would be cruel of me to deny you that hospitality. But I put a lot of faith and trust in you, so
I mean,
please make sure that you preserve this peaceful utopia.
I mean, if necessary, we could even blindfold them when they get close, so they won't know the exact location. And then when they leave, they can be blindfolded until they're led out to a certain distance. They won't be
Good
able to
idea.
find it again.
I think
And I
it's
was-
also going to be very important that we met ahead of time the people we would trust to keep the peace here.
And
We saw, and we know that not everybody is as we'd like them to be, and so it's part of our job to make sure those coming here can uphold that.
and I'm sure they'll, if there's anything that needs doing, they'll help out along the way and not just stay
Yes.
here.
It'll
Right.
be expected that they'll help out, that they'll
Yeah.
earn their stay.
I
think that needs to be
respect the gesture to blindfold them, but I am under no illusion myself. Once the secret of this place is out, it'll be very hard to keep that way. Even you coming here is sort of compromised that, but
I mean,
I suppose it was only a matter of time.
I mean,
Can't stay hidden from the world forever.
we didn't see a tree, did we?
Oh, I just saw a bath.
I
Yeah, we
do
just
I
saw
have.
that.
saw warm water for the first time in months.
I do have
She
one.
does actually smile at that, and you know that apprehensive nature does sort of fade away for a moment as she kind of appreciates the humor.
Yeah. I do have one question in regards to this place. There was we only really, I mean, whilst Tully's reinforced the message, we only really had heard of this place due to the words of a fairly elderly dwarf by the name of, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but Geistwood. Do you know them?
something.
Because they seem to know of this place. I mean, Kalpanuk, at least, it's like an ancestral thing, but it seemed like they were familiar with the name and such. Shalescar?
You're talking about Shalescar, yeah, that's correct. It's Dumblegroff Shalescar. Hold on, I'm pretty sure his name is. Yes, Dumblegruff Shalescar. She nods, and there's sort of a wistful look out into the distance. Shalescar. still alive. That old dwarf just doesn't seem to know when to give up, does he? He's a stubborn old one.
It's true, he's been the speaker of Bremen probably for far longer than he should have, but he keeps going.
Leader
Or
of
what's
people.
left of Bremen.
That old dwarf has a particular wanderlust. He always ends up getting lost somewhere in Icewindale. He actually stumbled upon us by chance. One of his many expeditions. Of course, the council were completely beside themselves as to what to do with a dwarf randomly stumbling in. But it seems as though he had a strong sense of community and understood what we were trying to build here. He actually stayed for a while to sort of learn our ways, and he was inspired to bring that sort of same ethos back to his own home in 10 Towns. At the time, he wasn't a speaker, but hearing that news, I'm not surprised that he rose to such a position of leadership. He probably cultivates a warm community in where? Bremen, did you say?
Yes,
Yeah.
Bremen was one of the towns where, well, even with the exception of maybe one person there, everyone was very hospitable.
It was a lovely town. Was. Sadly,
Mm.
was.
Well, apologies for your loss.
Yes.
Um,
We did our best to save as many towns as we could, but
I mean,
that mechanical monstrosity was more than what most could handle.
you feel more comfortable with it. We could bring him and his people as
Oh,
part
no.
of the refuge if you feel you would trust him and his people.
Well, I trust him to clear the top shelf of the root cellar once again. He had a taste for that mead that we make. He spent most of his time in here, in there, drinking us dry.
He
Oh,
does
But
seem a bit like his
Senile?
words are mumbled and like he's losing a few threads of memory now and then.
But perhaps coming here
Tali
might
speaks up and says,
jog a few memories.
yes, I'm afraid that same wanderlust might have got him into more trouble. He's often, because Tali's from Bremen, she knows the stories. Sheilskar has often been seen wandering the tundra. He got himself lost more than once, and we had to send out search parties for him. According to the stories I heard, he didn't quite come back himself from one of those times. Even others searching for him reportedly had similar experiences. She looks back at you guys. You remember Huawa?
Yeah.
Huawa?
I
Yeah,
don't know who that is.
she's a young
Yeah.
boy who went to search for the speaker one day, but
Oh, I remember Huawa. We saved
Yeah.
Huawa from
Yeah.
a
Tower
cult.
Keeper's son. Yep.
Saved him
Yep.
from a cult.
Cora. Sulor raises an eyebrow. I see. Well, if I suppose he does count as elderly, of course. Bring Seosgar here, and maybe we can look at his ailments.
So that covers the people of Bremen at least.
At least the
The ones that
elderly and
survived.
the young, which would be most of the survivors from each. But
I
yeah,
think, oh, sorry, go on.
was going to say, if it's just the elderly and the young, that will cover the most vulnerable, and will probably be quite a few.
I look at Hulla. Do you think if the people of Bremen are coming here, do you think Danica and those would get along here? They seem to have a few different deities here.
Well,
You know, the tree
Danica,
being... Go on.
the Danica is, I mean, as a servant of Hades, it's not about death. It's about guarding the balance. And Hades has never had any quarrel with anyone else, especially not with a god of nature. If anything, they would get along very well because the cycles of the seasons means that loss and decay and regrowth is part of that cycle.
Even add more culture to this place.
Every year, the fall of the leaves on the trees is what fertilizes the ground for the spring. And I'm sure Danica would be happy to serve and to join with Sylvanas and work together with them, but she'll go where she's most needed, I think. We are clerics of service. It might not seem it, but at the end of the day, that's what we're here for.
Well, going seems like might be useful here, but then, you know, from what we know from you being a cleric, useful everywhere.
I mean, clerics have useful spells. We can heal, we can bless, we can create and purify food. I think wherever she chooses to go, she'll be useful, including if that's here. So, I don't know.
All right. So what's next after this? Well, after we browse the stores and whatnot, can't pass up on that. Do we go see if the Akhenafi and Funlakas can take some in, and then that covers everyone that has some sort of town or home?
I mean, I don't think the Akhenathi and the Thun-Lakhalaka, as helpful as they might be willing to be, I don't think they'll have much more than what any of the other habs. I mean, they're not exactly growing a ton of food up there. And
maybe it's just a matter. It could be just a matter of spreading out survivors a little bit until towns can start to be rebuilt. Between the dwarven fortress we came from, the dwarven valley, the Thun-Lakhalaka, here, it sort of spreads. So not one place is overwhelmed. It sort of spreads it out.
I mean, if we
and the towns that are still standing could still hold, take in a little bit of people too. So it just spreads those numbers a little bit.
And just expect the dwarves to do it.
Before we spread people out to either take food to survivors or bring survivors here, are the orcs going to give us trouble if we bring people up to your valley?
Question for you and Eve. You're the members of...
No, this is for the people of the valley. Do they have trouble with the orcs? Do we need to stop or deal with them before we try to bring people up here? Or
the Three Arrow tribe are desperate, and it's that desperation that drives them to raid and commit acts of violence. They are troublesome, to say the least, but we have not had any confrontations with them since we are well hidden and have little use of going outside of our domain. But
If we
you're
bring
transporting refugees, there is a danger that they could attack some caravans along the way.
will it
Or
put you in
even-
danger? Will our bringing refugees lead a trail, wide enough for anybody to follow back to you?
Yes, I would hope that you prevent them from tailing you here.
That we can do.
Dispatch any that openly try to attack. But yes,
Avoid
I
their territory. Go around.
their territory used to be much smaller. They've since expanded it since the diminishing wildlife. But I'm sure you look capable enough to deal with those kind of bandits.
Hmm.
I mean, looking at the map and the way we came across from the Dwaga Fortress, it would probably be easier to go past the Cackling Chasm and around the outside anyway. So we
Yep,
could bring them
Cackling
from the
Chasm
opposite side.
is a direct route. Yeah.
Yeah. Go from the opposite side so we're not actually going past the orcs again.
It'd take longer,
And-
but it's probably safer, yeah.
And if we do get the help of Sky Tower Shelter and Worm Doom Crag, that's where we could start to separate the refugees to split off to respective places.
Mm-hmm.
It is Icewindale coming
Right.
together as a whole.
I'll leave it in your capable hands then to organize the caravans and transportation. We'll have everything we can ready for them. I just
Yeah,
hope this winter doesn't last much longer.
We are very, very grateful for the kindness that you are offering the survivors and the member of 4 towns.
She nods. If you'll excuse me, I must make my own preparations.
Of course.
And you see a
Yeah.
sort of quickly polymorphs into or wild shapes into a squirrel and darts off through the trees.
That's so cool. I wish I
scampers
could
off.
do
Yeah.
that.
I must
Wow.
say, I'm very impressed by how quickly they all knew their jobs. They didn't have to dither over anything. They knew exactly what to do.
I think this is the first place that's a functioning society that we've seen in a long
I mean,
time.
Yep.
they obviously know their
Decision was
roles,
made
know
and
their
everybody-
duties.
Yeah.
You didn't have to deal with the cold.
After
Makes
coming
everything
from
worse.
so many towns that seem so disorganized, it's
Yes.
very impressive.
It's like
very
a
impressive.
wolf pack on the hunt. They all know their roles in order to bring down their prey.
You see, after the council kind of adjourned, the ASMR also approaches you and gives you a. She says, "I'm glad you are making a good impression on the rest of the council. You're. May I introduce myself? I am Erelise. I give you the warmest of welcomes here in Kuldahar. It's good to see a Goliath too. We haven't had many of your kind here for a long, long time. Your kind was one of the first people in helping cultivate this place." And Kapanag sort of steps forward, and as well as Eve. And Kapanag says, tall tree, Funlokalaga, my ancestors. They told me of this place. And it was only in legends that I heard the descriptions. But words could not justify this place's beauty and majesty. It is an honor to stand before the great oak. Tell me, is there any remnants of my people here? Any places of home or history? And Erely says, "Oh yes, many. We keep records and histories of all the people that have taken shelter here. Your kind is no different. If you wish, I can show you around. Take you to some of your old homes." Tall Tree sort of nods and says, "Oh, yes, I would like that, please. And you as well, and I'm sure Eve would be happy to accompany them and sort of get a little history lesson on the first sort of inhabitants, the first Goliath inhabitants of the Kuldahar, and where they got their namesake, the Tall Tree clan.
Oh, I
Erely says,
just
"Well,
put that together. Oh my god.
yeah."
So I'm so
That's why they're
stupid.
cool. That's where, yeah, she starts reeling off this history. Actually, the Tall Trees are one of the founding clans of Kuldahar, hence their namesake. And she starts like taking them off towards these sort of strange stone monoliths, where there are names carved and recorded in the annals of history. And she looks at the rest of you and says, "I'll catch up with the rest of you. I'm sure."
Yep.
I'm sure.
After a brief moment, you see that Thalantir is also waiting for you by the doors.
Oh,
You're to do.
hello. Again.
Oh, greetings. I was wondering if you could perhaps help with something.
Sure, what is
I
it?
mean, I think we're more than willing to help at this point, given how wonderful our stay has been here.
Though the council puts on a brave and welcoming face, they are not without their own troubles here, which you may have no doubt picked up on.
Too nice here. I
Which,
get it.
Something about the tree not being able to take much more or something? And
she
I
nods.
thought that was just words, to be honest, but yeah.
No, there are some disturbing signs that I've noticed in the Great Oak's energy. It's almost as if it's been waning. And there has been frost on our borders of our lands. The temperature in the city is slowly declining. The waters here used to be warmer. Now there's a chill to them. Some of the birds have left. And I believe it's a sign of something much more sinister at play. I would ask for your assistance in investigating this discreetly. Perhaps find some concrete evidence we can bring before Isilor. But
Do you think
I
it's
don't want to
related to
risk.
Oral in the winter?
Most definitely. It can't be anything else. But I
Well,
don't want to risk a panic in the town amongst my own people. But I'm sure you're no strangers to bad news.
Senator,
Are
are you yourself a druid?
Me? Yes.
And you've tried speaking with the tree?
Directly?
Yes. Go right to the source, ask what's wrong with it. Have you tried that yet?
The tree is more than just a tree. Its energy, it comes from the Heartstone gem. I will lead you directly to the center of the tree.
I
If you
mean,
wish.
if it's gems and stuff, Barry here knows plenty about those. Maybe he can see if something's wrong with the heart.
If you wish to
Or-
go to the
Some-
center, I
We
can
have
at the
take
some
very
sort
least-
of idea on where to start. Maybe I could tailor my spell for tomorrow to meet whatever need we might need.
I mean,
I will.
May not work, may not have the exact solution, but can try.
All right.
I think we
She
might need
says,
to know
"Let us
more.
go commune with him."
best case,
And,
I can
she
figure
takes you-
something out.
Yeah, she
Worst
takes
case,
you all
I
the way
can-
down to the bottom of the base of the tree, and there's this stone steps that lead up and into a tunnel, and past this shrine opening into the center of the great oak. There doesn't appear to be any apparent signs that the interior of this behemoth of a tree is sick, but in the center of the chamber there is a pulsing green acorn-shaped gem that sits atop a small pedestal of bark, and she gestures to it. This hardstone gem emanates the warm and comforting energy. It is how the tree has grown to such heights as well. How it has been nourished and grown beyond its normal limitations. This is where one would commune with the tree as well.
And nothing's worked so far communing with it or talking to it. It hasn't provided any indication of what's wrong besides oral.
No, I have spoke with them, but all they've mentioned is that it is perhaps feeling a chill in the air.
Hmm.
The tree itself is maybe not aware of the full scope of what's happening here, but it
Has
does
this
feel as
gem-
though it's cringing from the cold.
Has this gem always been this color green? Has it changed at all? Shifted, grown, shrunk?
Type of green? I don't see any changes in color on it.
No, I'm just trying to see what physical
Hmm.
signs there may be to help.
Yeah, well, you can look at it yourself if you want to give like an investigation check.
Whilst they're doing that, as someone who at the moment literally embodies winter and was sort of revived by Oral, can I sort of sense any like winter's energy here, sort of thing that might be?
Yeah,
Can I pick anything up if that makes sense?
that would be a perception check.
Okay.
It's a 12. It's a
Um,
12 total for me.
Can I
12.
aid David because I have proficiency in investigation?
You can tell me how you would also be helping investigate this.
I will bore through my amulet and activating any sort of stone cunning through like the rock it travels past and through. and through the amulet, like with its nature-ish energy from the fair to try and help and guide David.
Okay. This is more investigative, so you can roll me an investigation check, Barry, and see if this. If you get a success, then I will say that you're able to give advantage. Okay. There's not much Fey energy here, believe it or not. There's nothing really that kind of vibes with your magic to guide them. So David's just going to have the flat roll, which was it a 12 in the end?
12 in the end, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There doesn't seem to be any odd discoloration on the actual gem itself. It is a wonder to look at. Like it's almost like a naturally formed rock, but maybe it was shaped in the shaped by a divine being like Sylvanus to resemble this acorn. But it does look like real, like gem crystal. But David, you're not picking up on anything like odd, no like weird cracks on it or anything like that.
I'm gonna,
And
as
Keeper
I'm doing that,
Thalantir affirms that by saying, "I've not noticed any different in coloration."
as I sort of wonder if Sylvanus had a part in creating the tree, I'm gonna whisper in Celestial to the tree and just
Mm-hmm.
ask to help guide us to what's changing and what's ailing it so that we can help.
Right. Okay.
Whether it consciously
Before we
knows
get,
or unconsciously knows, just yeah. I'm gonna try Celestial to see if that works at all.
there is no immediate response necessarily, but I guess as you're asking this, like, is there any guidance, anything, any response? And you're asking this in Celestial Veta, you're trying to like pick up on the with your senses if there's anything afoot. And it's almost at the moment as David asks this question, you feel a frigid wave of cold air. It seems to waft over the chamber, but it very quickly becomes comfortable once more. Like the temperature goes back to what it was.
Can I
Almost as if
isolate
the
where
pulse.
that cold came from?
Good question. The
Like,
20.
did it like blow from like a tunnel or something, or specific area of the cavern?
There's no tunnels or anything around here. Let me check. Wait. Actually, roll me a survival check. Seeing as that's what your line of thinking is, maybe there's a tunnel. Maybe there's a draft in here. And that's why it's cold. 17, even
Oh,
on a 9. Not
17.
bad.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. Everyone's just watching Vetter in the room sort of slowly move towards the edge of the chamber and like feeling around. They're like almost sensing something on their skin. And they move sidling along around the chamber until they you stop at one particular point. And you do feel a draft coming from a small little tunnel. It's not a opening for people to walk through. No, this looks like it was made by some sort of burrowing creature. Maybe like a mole or a rat or something.
I smell a need for gaseous form.
However, there's no like animal droppings or signs of wild animals moving around in the space, but it feel as though that cold sort of came from there, perhaps. It's like a little draft.
Do we want to investigate this further?
I mean, it seems if this is the source of I mean, it became comfortable quite quickly, but there's definitely a cold breeze flowing through from here.
It
I
started
It could
definitely
lead
cold.
to the source.
we need to investigate,
Yes.
because if this is something that's leading to bad magic or somebody who, we've been dealing with magic that can infect a whole area. What if there's a piece of that magic buried down there?
It's possible that, as horrible as it might seem, perhaps somehow maybe a piece of shardland ended up here and it's finally causing an effect. Or maybe
Maybe.
something's
I didn't want to
burrowed.
say that, but out loud.
This feels different than Charlatan normally does. though,
True.
So
But it's possible something had. I mean, this looks like a burrow hole, but there's no sign of anything animal about it. Based on sort of
think
the
we have
shape and size of the hole, can I identify what might have been what sort of, like, be more specific about what might have caused it?
Yeah, it's a tiny burrowing creature, so it could be anything with claws that can
Yeah.
dig through the dirt, like a mole or a badger, or like a rat of
Yeah.
some kind.
Hulla.
You can't ascertain exactly what. It's just a burrowing creature of
And then,
tiny beast.
maybe can we send Android down there?
Is Android small enough?
I don't know. I mean, Android can walk.
I mean, if it's the size of like a badger or a mole,
Tiny.
then they would be.
Barry,
yeah,
what do you think?
What's Android? Are they tiny? Yeah, they would fit in there. Sorry, yeah, Barry, what do you want to add?
I was gonna ask, like, if Hulla's shone a torch through there, and we looked through, is this just a burrow hole that is tiny all the way through, or does it actually go to a bigger opening on the other side?
Oh, it's bigger on the inside. Yeah, it could be that.
It'll be just a small hole for now, but then on the other side bigger.
I will shine the bullseye lantern to see if we can see past the entrance.
It seems to go sharply up, so it's as if something's burrowed down into this tree, but the shining of the light doesn't go forward straight, like it's not a straight tunnel. Yeah.
I mean,
It
Not
doesn't look
something.
much.
Nothing we can teleport through then, or
we can
get to a bigger opening.
I guess not.
And
can
Andy on the trip then.
Yep, send
We need to
Android on a trip.
Yeah.
Oh, you snake. Oh, wait, no, that's Skrapp. I say the snake. Steve.
Yeah, whilst this is going on, Keeper Thalantir is casting a Speak with Plant spell. You can see she is sat down cross-legged and communing with the tree. And
Is
all
it
she
you or a
says is,
snake?
the tree seems to be sort of communicating its anguish in cryptic ways. It talks about its heart being in pain, with the cold that's creeping in. But I'm afraid I can't ascertain any more specific details than that.
Need to go in the hole.
Or is there a way to its heart that you would know?
The only way in
the way to
was
everything start.
through this way we came in, the shrine entrance.
There's no deeper.
You can turn yourself into animals. Can you turn others? As we've met people who can do that.
Let me check. I'm afraid not. No.
It's a shame. Then
Does not have
Android.
that.
I mean, unless you yourself are willing to go in there, as you'll be able to provide more information. We can send our robotic companion through and see if they can
Mm.
find where this tunnel comes out.
We could also go. This sounds maybe this may probably not work. But if we go to the there's a shop that sells magic items. Maybe they have something that could turn us small.
Let's try a potion
Go
of
in.
diminution, maybe.
It's worth checking
Or-
out.
Or
Do
if
you
this-
have a gaseous form potion? I'm not sure
that
that I
gets
want
one of us in.
to waste it just on an investigate.
If
since we wouldn't be able to
this
get back, but
if this
Well, Android
whole
does fit.
yeah, if we can send Android through, the other option, just in case it's something dangerous, possibly, is what if we essentially we want to know where this comes out, and potentially it might come out on the outside. If we were to, I don't know, puff some smoke or put a scent through it, you'd be able to identify that from the outside then, without going in.
I could put some smoke in it, but it's not gonna be a lot of smoke. But I could put some smoke in.
What do we think? Is it worth sending Android in? Or, I mean, I don't think they can communicate, so the best they'd be able to do is potentially show us where it is. Unless Chris has updated it so they can talk back.
This is also dumb, and it's not gonna. I don't think it's good. I can do a stinking cloud in the hole, which is a lot more smoke, but it's like not good smoke. So I don't want to do that. I don't think.
No.
you don't want to poison the tree.
It's not poison. It just makes people cough. Really, it doesn't like poison them. It's just like a nauseating gas, and I don't think the tree would like it very much. So probably that's not a good idea.
So Android, you can give orders to Android, right? And
yeah,
they follow
they
them to the best of their abilities.
yeah, they understand the languages that you speak, but they can't necessarily communicate back. So the best they'd be able to do is like indicate where it ended up to, or give us a hop, skip, and a dance to try to interpret.
All right. So
maybe it's like a tap one for yes, tap no for two, or tap twice for no or something.
Android, can
Okay,
you
so
walk this
you wanna
tunnel
send
and tell us
Android
where it? Yeah, Android, can you walk this tunnel and tell us where it leads? If there's a way for big people to get in the tunnel, or somewhere that it intersects with a bigger tunnel where the big people can go in?
Woo! Yep, mechanical.
Okay.
That's me with
how.
They fly off into this tunnel, and then swoop up. They can like pull their wings and then begin navigating up and through it. But you don't see where they've gone.
I recognize
Wait
this
a moment.
music.
A minute or so. You should. It's Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
Forest Temple.
Yeah. I even got it just from the little jiggly bit at the beginning. Like, I'm just like, wait a minute.
It was very recognizable. A moment later, I see. Actually, Ashanti, I see you moved your token out. Are you coming out of the shrine?
Yes, I was going to walk outside to see if Andy peered in a hole somewhere on the outside of the tree.
They do. It's exactly right. In the twisting roots, somewhere upper levels, like up several plateaus, you see them emerge from the earth, and they flutter around and fly back down towards you, Ashanti.
All right, then I'll go in and tell the guys, hey, Android came out just over there at those roots. Maybe we should go investigate that end.
Can you ask Android if it's big enough for one of us to get inside, or if it's still small?
Android, tap your talons. 1 is for yes, 2 is for no.
Yeah, Android taps 2 for no. It's
okay.
Still small.
Yeah, it's too small. Keeper Thalantir says that's not good. A tunnel has been made into here. Can you report this news to Isilio? I will stay with the Hearthstone and see if I can ascertain any more information from them.
Yeah.
Is
From Kuldahar.
anyone that lives here allowed to go inside this space you took us to, or do they have to be under supervision?
Under supervision. I, as the keeper, have kept this place under my watchful eye for hundreds of years.
Are we
Only-
thinking?
Only I lead those in and out.
Are we thinking
by
maybe foul
escort.
play? Are we thinking foul play
Perhaps.
maybe?
Are we sure
Perhaps.
it's not just an animal that's burrowed in by accident?
I mean,
Seeking through the
that's
tree?
possible, but Android, again, tap once for yes, twice for no. Were there any branches out from the tunnel?
Branches out from.
So
the tunnel.
basically,
They
was it
shake
just
their
like
head. No.
So it was just a straight
It
tunnel,
was-
like one end to the other.
Yeah, they nod, and
Yeah.
also they kind of hop up onto your shoulder, Vetter, as you're asking this, and you described Vetter as sort of always having these kind of small, like snowflakes on
Yeah.
their skin, right? They
Yeah.
sort of tap and peck at one, just like pecking at one on your
There-
shoulder.
There's a snowflake symbol up there.
Feels like an oral thing to me.
Or
Can
it's
you
cold.
can you tap how many points the symbol
I
has?
am gonna while they're doing this, I'm gonna go and find Isilra and you report
Yeah.
that we were asked to.
Yeah, they tap 6 times.
So it's a 6-pointed snowflake.
I
It's an
am.
oral
Mhm.
thing.
I'm gonna go investigate the hall
Yep.
to
Same.
to see if I can gather how old this hall may be, and if it coincides to when the tree started to give off these feelings to Keeper.
The
Oh,
survival check from earlier with Vetter, I will say, yeah, as you look over the earth barrier, it looks more recently unearthed, right? There's fresher looking soil. The earth isn't dry and packed. It's more earthy and rich, like, and damp.
And how recent is the you had these feelings? Like a week, 2 weeks, months?
It has been slow and steady over time. I can't tell you when this exactly all started, but I guess I had my hunch perhaps a few days ago.
And at the rate that you felt that, how long would you think that this tree would have before it got much, much worse?
That's difficult to say, but I guess with the rate at which the birds have been leaving their nests, if this continued at this pace, then the tree with, well, the wildlife will have fled within at least the next 10 days. If
Mm.
they kept on departing like this,
And then the tree soon after would.
maybe. She nods grimly.
Vetter's
Please,
gonna
yes,
take Tully with
report this
them
to
to go
us,
check
Silver.
out the other end of the hole whilst David goes and reports to
Yeah.
the druid.
You have to ask around a little bit, David, to find them. They're not in the the chambers. It looks like they've been jumping around from place to place, sort of delivering the news. And they are up. You get word that they were last spotted on Oswald's laboratory, which is on the far right. It's up on the
Okay.
ship.
On the ship?
And,
Okay,
yeah,
I'll head over to the
it's
ship
like
then.
located inside a crashed airship in the northeast corner of Kuldahar. accessible via winding paths on either side of the Root Cellar Tavern. This small, cramped space is filled with shelves of potions, powders, and alchemical ingredients, emitting a heavy scent of herbs and arcane energies. Bioluminescent vials containing otherworldly glow seems to illuminate the room. And there is a gnome in here. Oswald Fiddlebender. Oh, you gotta love gnome names. And she's like a little bit scatterbrained. She's like, wait, they're like refugees coming? Yes, we need maybe medicine or restorative agents. Many people will be traveling long distances in the cold. If you got any potions of maybe cold resistance, I'll have to bubble some up for you. Thank you. And then that's when you kind of enter in, David, as seeing this
Hi.
conversation.
Hello. How's it going?
Oh,
Sarah, do you mind if I could have a moment of your time
of
of
course,
something that
yes.
you may be interested to hear?
What is the matter?
um, Keeper Thenadril has taken us to with the heart of the tree,
Benadryl?
inside the tree. To
Yes. Athalantir is the keeper of the Heartstone gem.
yes.
I'm surprised she
Um,
brought you to it so early, but
well, she seemed concerned that it's not doing very well, and I have to admit that now that we've been there, we share that concern as well. There
I
seems to be
felt
something
this.
wrong, and we found a tunnel. Something has burrowed inside the tree itself. Some cold air, and it's. I think you should come see
Hmm.
and learn what we've learned.
I have felt it too. And she looks up into the branches of the tree, where you do see a few errant leaves seem to be falling from the branches. And as you've seen on the map, almost more reminiscent of autumn than summer in this regard, that with their fallen leaves on the ground. They should not have shed their leaves for at least another season or two. Very concerning. Yeah, she's happy to follow you and get to the bottom of this. So she will let you lead on. Now, what's next? Okay. You anything back here? You said you're investigating the hole, right? But yeah,
Yeah,
you already
on the
did that.
outside,
It's kind of
if I
recent.
can.
On the outside, okay. Looking in, there is a slight bit of frost on the interior of the tunnel that you can see. It's a lot straighter here at this part, and as you're looking down with your dark vision, you can see there's like a little bit of rime in the interior of the tunnel. So you're like up here somewhere.
And I'm
And yeah,
guessing on the
you can
outside of the
see
tunnel, I can see that symbol.
no, Andy Royd points more towards the interior of the tunnel. They sort of go down maybe 15 feet into it, and they sort of like point at the sides of the tunnel and gesturing there. And although it's hard to see from this angle, you can see the kind of whitish outlines of snowflake-like patterns within there. But yeah,
Might
it's more
actually have
inside the tunnel.
something for this actually. Was getting a better look. I don't know if it will have it, but it would make sense to be in this particular toolkit. And yes, it is. So using a small mirror melted on a metal handle, which is in my thieves tool. So I'm going to lower that down a bit and see if I can get a better look of it, basically, from like just seeing like a
Oh.
reflection.
Okay. Give me a thieves tools check then.
Okay.
With Dex.
Yep. Okay.
It's just too far down.
It's a little bit.
You're trying to reach in with your hand,
Okay.
and you just can't quite get a sample of it. It's too far down, like 15 feet into the
Okay.
tunnel.
In which case, is this small mirror small enough that Android could carry it to basically hold it in place so I
Yeah.
can see the reflection?
Okay, yeah, that's a good use of the mirror. Sure. Yeah, you hand it to Andaley, and she hops down he hops down through the tunnel and tries to position it for you. It takes a little bit of back and forth communication with Android before they finally get it in a correct place. And what you're looking at it's something that akin to Rime, but actually, I need you to instead make me a nature check.
Okay. Skill I do have. Come on, dice. 14's not
That
bad.
is exactly what you needed. Yeah, that's a success.
Oof.
You reveal that closer inspection of this, it's not actually frost or rime that's just built up in here. It's actually a type of transparent fungus that is cold to the touch and resembles rime and seems to grow into these patterns like
It's
six-pronged
Ra-
snowflakes.
Brown mold? Is that the one that absorbs heat and outputs cold? That's the first thing that
Yes, it
comes to
is.
mind. Out of character?
Yeah,
Huh.
that's the best equivalent that you may have already come across.
But this looks
That's
more
your
like
good.
a
That's a good
fungus or
comparison. Like
something.
brown, exactly, yeah. Whereas brown mold is quite literally a mold. It feeds on warmth, storing heat in around it. The best you
Yes.
can come up with is it's something similar to that, but of a fungus. And so
And
you don't quite know the name, but you can tell it clearly is like a translucent fungus.
and the tunnel itself, this is like literally through the wood of like the tree, so like the fungus is growing on the tree. Like
Yeah,
the
it's
inside.
definitely nestled between. Yeah, it's like between the roots, like the soil between the roots, and yeah, this tunnel is filled with this fungus, almost as if it's all been planted in there. Yeah, and that tunnel is the one that leads all the way into the Heartstone.
Okay, that would explain it. So if that's absorbing something and outputting cold, that's then sending cold air down, which is chilling the Heartstone. And that's what's causing the problem, maybe, because the Heartstone doesn't work as well in the cold. Not sure on that, but magic's not my forte. I think Barry, we might need to get the druids up here or people with a bit more knowledge of fungi and stuff than I have.
Well, you can see the mushrooms in there.
There's some sort of like translucent fungi that's almost looks like frost, but it's not. And I think that might be what's the cause of this, or at least part of the problem.
How heavy would you say mushrooms are?
You think?
Not heavy.
I think it would be worth getting one of the druids up here just in case disturbing it causes something. I don't know enough about it to.
Okay.
But
So I was
it's
thinking-
definitely a good suggestion, though. If we do need to get it out for a sample for. Right.
Well, I just was thinking like if we could see them because you put that mirror in there, and maybe I can just pluck them out with the invisible hand that I do.
Yes.
You could. If you want to get
Try it, but yeah,
opinion
let's
on
get
what it is first.
let's get a druid
then you
here
can-
if you want to be
you can wait
cautious
for a
about it.
seal, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Nice. What's next? Yes. Thalantir is still in the Heartstone chamber. I think Tali's with you as well. Why not? She'd be
Yeah.
interested in this strange, weird, translucent fungus. Hulla, Ashanti, what are you guys up to?
I'm waiting to hit something.
Oh, really? Cool. I
Yeah,
can give
I
you
mean,
that.
just somebody shows up, I'm gonna grab a stick on the ground and whack somebody.
All right, perfect. Ashanti's looking for something to hit. You know what? Give me a perception check, Ashanti. And if you want to be helping Hulla, you can roll as well.
We're trying to be
You can
all
see how-
clever, and the answer is literally just hit something.
Okay, it's not bad. All right. So that is 18. Really good, actually. There is a commotion that you can hear elsewhere in the hamlet. There is like
Okay.
at first, it sounds like a bottle smashing, like glass, and then immediately after that, you hear what sounds like splintering wood, as if chairs and tables are being upturned,
Tavern
and
brawl.
then you hear a scream and
Tavern
shouts
brawl.
coming. Yeah, tavern brawl in the root cellar. All this time, this utopian, peaceful community. And then when you arrive, immediately people just have this violent tendency, and bar brawls just erupted. Yes, that's exactly what's happened. Maybe it's
Oh
bits.
my goodness! I am
Hulla goes
so
running
excited.
after Ashanti to go and break up the bar brawl.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Hulla,
Be right
Ashanti,
back,
rush off.
guys.
No. Okay, well, it's when you arrive, you push open the doors to the root cellar to look inside and see what this commotion is about. All those glass bottles with the little glowworms in them have been knocked over and smashed, and now the glowworms are like flying past your face, kind of creating this dazzling effect as they pass past the entrance. And as you're trying to look inside, it's pretty dark now. All the bugs have evacuated, and there is screaming going on inside as well from perhaps one of the barkeeps, and you suddenly hear this low sort of growl as well coming from within,
Excellent.
and you're not sure if one of the druids have turned into like a wolf or an animal, but it sounded deep, and something's huddling in the corner. You can hear like the battering of like claws against a door, as if it's trying to break through in the
Okay.
cellar.
Did
So the
people seem
large-
alarmed at the door? Like, are they freaking out at each other or at this noise?
There is people probably who got out before this whole commotion took place, and they're sort of shouting like, "There's some sort of beast in there. I don't know where it came from. It just appeared. There's no." One of them says, "There was two of them."
Okay, that is incredible. I am going to say, with your permission, I'm going to grab a chair. I'm going to break it. I'm going to have 2 chair legs. I got clubs now.
Okay. Where is the root cellar? Hold up. Yeah, you can pick up like an improvised weapon very easily. There's already shattered bits of wood in here anyway as it happens. So yeah, picking up like a table leg or just a strong piece of timber will definitely act like a.
I will grab one of the mead bottles and smash it so that I have a sharp weapon.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
You hear that one of them next to you says, "Yolgar's still in there. They're the dragonborn that runs the cellar."
Okay, we'll get them.
All right. As you move down into the cellar, both of your dark visions adjust to this dim lighting, and you see two pairs of eyes swiftly turn around to look at you. And just visible in the dim light are these massive white plumages and sharp beaks that seem to snap in your direction. Claws pull away from the cellar door that they're trying to break open, and then turn around and thud onto the floorboards as two snowy owlbears begin to prowl closer towards you.
Okay, this is wonderful. I am so happy right now. I'm going to throw my arms wide, and I am going to say, come on, baby. Let's dance.
Ashanti, this is not a friend. Just not friendship. These are wild animals.
Roll initiative. Roll initiative. These two look very hostile. And where they came from, no one knows. They just said they appeared suddenly. But yeah, all right. One of the owlbears is up first, and it will charge forward towards Hulla. They only took your weapons, not your armor, so it's still going to be a struggle trying to hit Hulla. Let's be real.
Okay.
Ooh, win less. I rolled that good. Yeah, there we go.
Ew.
9
Yeah.
piercing from the beak, and then a claw.
I will say, from the first attack, you could use your reaction to use the knockback to knock them back to stop the second attack.
Ah, yeah, that's true.
Ooh,
You have a
I haven't
Because you
used it
got-
yet, have I? I have the repulsor shield. Would I not have given my shield? I guess it's not a weapon.
No, just the. No, they really wouldn't have taken anything but weapons
Okay.
and spellcasting focus. Yes. Oh.
Repulsion shield. I can push the owlbear 15 feet away.
Okay. Yeah, that'll work.
Which one are you
Roll-
pushing? The one on the left or the one on the right?
the
The one
left
on the left that's right next to me.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. So, do I roll something for that?
I'm just double checking that now for you. I don't think so, though, weirdly. I think this might just be a...
Doesn't mention anything about a saving throw.
Shield is 4
Oh, okay.
charges
Use a
while
reaction.
holding... Yeah, just uses a charge of the shield.
Perfect. All right. You send it hurtling back into the corners of the root cellar and smashing more shelves and bottles.
Yes,
And-
and I will yell to the barkeep, "Come on, let's go, get out!" And I'll sort of wave him behind me.
All right. The barkeep is like on the other side of the tavern, and as he kind of like opens up the door a crack to look through, he sees you guys at the entrance, and the two owlbears are interposed between the entrance and him. So it isn't quite looking safe for him to immediately run out, but he looks like ready for that window to kind of be there, but kind of trying to squeeze through. He would still take an attack of opportunity from at least one of them.
Okay.
Because the owlbear immediately after shaking it off charges back up into the fray, but at that point I will say they've used all their movement and they can't get their second swipe in, so I'll take back that claw attack, and then it's Ashanti's go.
All right. First thing we're gonna do is rage. So, absolutely the first thing we're gonna do. And then I am, because I want to get this guy out and down, I am going to reckless attack him. So, what do I click for a club improvised weapon strike?
I will just give
Nope.
you a club. Here you go.
Okay.
That's what you've got.
Potion, longbow, javelin. That's odd.
It's
Come on, wake up.
It's in weapons. But I've also favorited it as well now, so it should be at the front of your sheet.
Okay. Vicious halberd, order made, ice sling, javelin, long. There it is. I see it. Okay. All right. So we're gonna take one big swing with the club.
All right, yeah, you clobber it around the jaw.
All right. And then, because I said I had one in each hand, do I get to treat these like light weapons and get a second swing, or do you want just one swing?
Are they light weapons?
Clubs are light weapons.
Oh, they are. Yeah, they are. All right, sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can make a second swing then.
All right. So, wham on the first one, and then follow up with my second attack, my extra attack, and wham again. I'm trying to knock him out.
Wow. Oh,
Oh,
that is
down. Sit.
that's a really decent attacks for just some makeshift clubs. The snowy owlbear just reeled back, so you see their eyes kind of like rolling in their head for a moment before they shake it off. Then they viciously roar in your face and immediately strike with their own claws. I guess it'd be more like a screech growl.
Scrowl.
Yeah, that's a hit. Scrowl. Yeah, they scowl in your direction.
It's okay. I attacked
And,
recklessly, so I knew I was going to get hit.
Oh, did you? You rolled flat on my screen, but oh yeah, I think you might have clicked relentless endurance instead of reckless attack.
Did I?
Yeah,
so sorry.
accidentally.
Oh shoot! You're right. I
Might be
did.
worth rolling
I-
2d20s just to see if either of your attacks crit.
Sure.
No, I'll do it next time. I'll just.
Okay.
I can attack
No crits on
recklessly
my part.
next time.
All right, but that's gonna end their turn, and then Hulla, you'll go.
Okay. I will move forward with my shield, trying to push back the owlbear to give the barkeep some time to squeeze by, and I'm going to use the broken glass as if it was a dagger and slash away.
Yeah, I'll give you a dagger on your sheet.
I'm just using the Icewind Trekkers dagger.
Oh, yeah, that works. That's perfect. All right, sweet. That stabs into their hide, and they let out another scowl. You can also, with the shield, it's a light weapon, isn't it? Bonus action, light weapon. I guess if they attack again, you'd shove them another 15 feet away. Is that the plan?
I can shove them again if they attack me again. If they hit me again, yeah.
Okay, if they hit you. Okay, well let's see if they do that then.
So it depends on them.
The beak this time. Go kind of when you've got them up against the shelving, the shield up in their face. They're unable to kind of scramble and get around it. Yeah, they just end up knocking over more shelving. The whole top shelf goes smash, and you see liquid and alcohol just pouring over the tables and floorboards. Okay, and then Ashanti's go.
All right.
I'll say at this point, everyone else in the Kuldahar can hear the commotion going on as well.
And
like
I see
Ashanti's
these.
roar.
Yeah. Can I see if these are girl owlbears or boy owlbears? Did we get a glimpse?
Not easy to ascertain.
Okay.
Sort
And
of
I'm
in
gonna
the midst
use.
of battle.
I'm gonna use boy just because. So I'm gonna
Okay.
shout, "Down, boy! Lay down!" And lay down. All right. Knock him with the club again.
All right.
Let me attack recklessly instead of relentlessly. And so we're gonna do reckless attack. All right. And then go ahead. One big swing. All right. And then for my extra attack, my second attack, wham! Ooh, Ooh, that's
Still
not
a hit.
good.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
It's still a hit. Jump.
Did I
And
knock
this
him out yet?
owlbear is wounded. They look
Ugh.
wounded, and often you would see owlbears. They would sort of go into a fight or flight mode where self-preservation would kick in. You would no doubt see owlbears sort of run away and lick their wounds. But this one seems vicious. You see their eyes are just this kind of wild, murderous gaze staring back at you. And they don't look like they're backing down. They look like they're
Okay.
here to fight to the
That's
death.
sad. I was hoping I would just get them to lay down and be good little owlbears and we could take them back out to the forest. But I'm going to assume
Sadly
that this
not.
is something transformed into an owlbear.
Yeah, well, maybe. Okay.
Okay, I
Veto,
attacked.
did you want to get over there as well? There seems to be quite a
Yeah.
commotion next door.
It seems like something's going on. Barry, if you want to stay here and let them know, and Android, you stay in position. So Vector will sort of rush to the edge and then phase step down to
Okay.
get in.
Yeah.
Which probably gets them to what, like there, and then they'll sort of head in and see if they can see what's going on.
Yeah, you can duck down low and see there is a fight between two half-orcs, your friends, and two snowy owlbears that look so large. They would have had to even squeeze to even get in here, and you don't see any like muddy paw prints on the way in.
We're not sure what's going on here, but these guys are vicious, so be careful.
Yeah, and I don't have any form of weapon. I guess I'll do what Hulla did and break a bottle to get a dagger. And
Sure.
I'll get ready to come in on my next turn because I'm probably as close as I can get.
Yeah. David. You can hear the commotion going on as well. You're muted, by the way. But to get
Sorry,
down
I'm
off
here.
this route would be sort of
Probably-
difficult terrain, and
Yeah, probably full
Tali's
movement
gonna
just to
have to-
get just to
yeah,
get there.
just to get there. I agree. Tali is doing the same. Okay.
They're doing fine. They don't need me yet.
That was Ashanti's go. Then it was that one. Then it would be Hulla.
Me again so soon? Okay.
Yeah.
Target buddy. And take another dagger attack.
Another stab at it. Okay. That's a miss, I'm afraid.
No, it's no good. No good. But I'll try and just box it in with my body and the shield so that it can't attack anything else.
Yeah, I would say it's firmly got its focus on you at this point. Celia is also using her movement to get down to there. And then Barry.
Shakes his head. Only been here a few hours and already in a bar fight.
We didn't start this one.
We're gonna finish it though. Finally, something I can hit and not feel guilty about it.
That'll work. I'm gonna start calming some emotions.
I think that's just verbal and semantic, so yeah.
I think it's time to calm down, don't you think?
Hold up. So, Mr. Spell Focus randomly.
I mean, that one's
what's I gonna
verbal and
say?
semantic.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fair. All right. Fair. The one on the what's at the left? This one? Yeah, it's this one. The one on the left is charmed.
Fellas? Okay.
They do appear to be backing down momentarily.
Let's
Mostly
not
those
shed
three
any
fellas.
unnecessary blood.
They start
Are we
licking
doing this
the
stuff?
spillage on the floor, like licking up the mead. The other one continues its vicious assault. Okay, Veta, you be your turn again.
Yep, so Vetter's gonna move in up close because they can now and they don't have a ranged option, and use my dagger. And because I have an ally in place, I'm going to try to trip this owlbear up. The trip sneak attack, which I'm hoping I did right. Yay! I actually did what I wanted it to do, but
Yep.
it succeeded on the save, but still.
Did 16. Its beady eyes sort of lock on yours, Veta. But it is still under the effects of Ancestral Guardians. So.
Okay, there's one other thing I can do then. At this point, I am going to phase step as my bonus action to the exact same spot I'm in now, in order to make it make a wisdom saving throw or be frightened of me.
Oh, okay. Not one, jeez. All right. That's rough. I think you got these guys on lock. The charmed owlbear just starts, like I say, devouring the alcohol, licking it up off the floorboards. And that lasts for what, like a minute, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure
Think
there's no
so.
save at the end of the turn either. They are just now indifferent to you. Ends if you attack them or harms by a spell. Yeah, okay then. So this owlbear continues to mop up some of the mead. Meanwhile, Ashanti, it's your go.
I'm
Which one
gonna
is-
say, I said sit. Still
Go ahead.
raging, but now that I've got
Knock it out.
people next to me, I don't need to attack recklessly. So one swing.
Ooh, nice.
Yes.
Poor owlbear. And doesn't that get an
I'm
extra
knocking out.
D4 as well?
Yeah, another D4 from brutal critical. Well, relentless critical, orcish crit. Big angry orc does nasty crit things. That's all I'm gonna call it. All right, damn. Oh, you clobber it so hard with that crit that its head kind of rolls out over its neck and then falls back for a moment. And as it crashes into a cabinet, a load of more glass goes to fall onto it, but it suddenly disappears in this powdery snow, and
Oh,
all
my
the glass
trophy!
just the glass just shatters on the floor instead of
Someone
hitting it.
stole my trophy.
Summoned owlbears?
Summon creatures, or this reeks of foul play.
Simulacrum owlbears? Like out of character, because I wouldn't know what that is in character.
You've got a second
Someone
attack
owes
though,
me
Shanti.
an owlbear talon. I don't want to mess up
The
David's
charmed one.
spell,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna hold my second attack just in case something else appears.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm
think-
mad. I'm gonna sit there sulking, my arms crossed, because I was supposed to get an owlbear talon or tooth out of this for my necklace, and somebody stole my kill.
Bits will try and fetch you one.
Yeah.
Maybe steal it from someone else's trophy. Trophy cabinet.
As it disappeared and and Ashanti had hit it with the club, did any feathers for it by any chance like pop off that
No,
that we
it simply popped into powdery snow, and even that quickly melted and vanished away. Using that opportunity, this is where the barkeep pushes open the door and rushes around the right-hand side of the tavern to get to you guys and escape. And he's like, thank you, like nodding to you, Hulla and Ashanti, for being the first responders. And then, yeah, they dash out through the door, leaving just one charmed owlbear who seems to be very indifferent towards you guys now, completely ignoring your presence. So, don't know what you want to do
Anybody
here, Hulla, but
have
if you
sneak with
attack it, it does
animals?
suddenly become hostile.
Yeah, I don't
Anybody
want to
have sneak
attack
with
it.
Animals?
I don't think an owlbear counts as an animal. I think it might count as a monstrosity.
It
Might
does,
be wrong.
technically, yeah.
See, I wouldn't know
How-
that because I'm not a druid and I'm not a magic caster.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
So I would say, can anybody talk to it?
If it was a wolf, I could, but other than
Celio
that,
could. But, Hulla, what do you want to do quick before I end the
I
combat?
just want to hold my action, so I'm holding out the shield and the makeshift dagger, and
Got
I'm
it.
gonna say to the others, back up, back up.
All
Let
right.
it. Don't get attacked. We'll wait and see
Okay,
what
and Barry?
it does next.
Your spell is working, it seems. Did you want to do anything else, or everyone's backing out of the root cellar? It seems now. You want to go in? You might be muted there, Barry. Not mute on Discord, but your mic might be muted.
Oops, my bad. Yeah, I was saying, I know my spell's working, and if the druid's going to do something to try and speak to it, I'm just going to go in and give it scritches. Try and
Okay.
coerce it
Give me
onto
an
our
animal
side.
handling check.
Sure, I'm good at that, and I'll boost it. I'll boost it
Fine, sure. Just to get that scritches in.
just to
Get
to make it
successful
more
scritch.
on our side. It's at least a
10.
10. 10's very average,
It's-
and it's charmed.
Okay. It doesn't seem to be pushing you away or anything like that, but it's more interested in lapping up these spillages of honey mead than engage in any affection.
Oh, honey and a bear. I see.
Mm-hmm. That's it. They're just
But-
clearing
but
the top shelf.
Summoned or something, though, is what we're gathering. We'll see what the
Potentially, yeah.
druid can glean for it. Maybe it'll know who summoned it, or
Isildur does try to speak with it. After a moment of concentrating on this spell, she kind of weaves her staff in the air and says, Well, she can't understand it necessarily, but she demands of the owlbear that it tells her what is going on and why they're attacking. And the owlbear just sort of huffs and turns their head away to lick up another puddle on the floor. And Acelia was like, if you're not going to be cooperative, then we're locking you in here. Have you got the key? And they kind of look back towards the barkeep. Yes. Here. It's like, all right. If you're not going to help, Barry, would you mind coming back, stepping away from the owlbear?
that's fine. I was just hoping like it would help with you getting information from it. It's friendly for like 30 more seconds anyway.
Yeah, she says, you were clearly summoned here. What did they tell you to do? What were your orders? And the owlbear just sort of turns around, lets out a squeak and a screech again. And Acelia says, I see, I get the picture. And she shuts the door, clunk, and locks the cellar. Says, clearly this owlbear was sent to just cause a ruckus and chaos. That's all they really said, was to just make a mess of things.
But there were no signs of it like entering,
We're just
which was
this
suggested
may-
was
may-
summoned directly in there.
Indeed.
I'm gonna give. Oh wait, it's not my turn.
No, that's all right. We'll end combat on that because they're now securely locked away.
I'm gonna give Ashanti a quick healing word.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I'm gonna do it at 2nd level. So full.
Wow, thank you. That is cool.
Yeah. Hope you're feeling better, but I feel like this may have been just a distraction, and I'm gonna run back to over here.
It's a law. We
Oh, she,
found
Yes,
some
sir.
things.
oh, what's going on over here?
Sorry, yeah, I've got two things happening. What did you want to say to Osilio?
We found some cold making mushrooms inside
Yeah.
your tree.
Yes, in the tunnel we found there's some translucent fungi that you could potentially easily mistake for Rime, but it's clearly not. I think that might
Seems
be
to be
the source
hard.
of the cold, at least.
I could pluck them out if you want, but so long as you're okay with that.
Yes, we need to remove those. They sound like they're perhaps the cause of what's doing this. A fungus? A cold fungus? I'll need to consult my books. It's been a while since I've
Yeah.
had to identify fungus.
The closest thing I could think of to it was brown mold,
Brown
but
mold.
obviously it's not.
Indeed. All right, show me. And she
Yeah.
quickly follows you up there. Meanwhile, David, your hunches do appear to be indeed correct. As soon as you arrive back down at the Great Oak Shrine, you see Keeper Thalantir is chasing after a small badger that is running circles around them, like popping out of the little holes in the ground and then diving
Mini
back
badger.
beneath. It's like whack-a-mole, but Thalantir is like, "What? Someone capture that badger!" And David, you you appear on scene just as it pokes its head out and looks around and sort of squeaks in terror, and actually even says in common like, "Ah! Ow! Ow! Quick, hide!" And it dives back to beneath the ground. Do you want to try and give me? You got a turn. You could try and capture it. What do you want to do?
It's not a person, is it? This wouldn't be
It
considered a
seems to be.
person.
You're not sure. And in this form, it definitely does not resemble a person. The badger is talking though,
An
which is
awakened badger.
relies some intelligence.
And weakened
Hmm.
badger, so old person's probably not gonna. Well, I don't have my stuff anyway. I can't cost that. I
No,
don't have my.
no, you can't.
I guess I'm gonna have to. Oh no! Would I have given up my wand of web?
Wand of webs, yes, like that's a
Yeah.
magical kind of weapon.
And I will take out a. What do I have? What do I have? What do I have? Do I have a sack or something? I guess I'm gonna try to physically just catch it. I don't have any sacks or
Yeah,
anything. I have to
you got a
physically
little
try
chest,
to
it
grab.
seems.
I have a
Or
little chest. I
pouch.
could try to maybe I'll try to capture it under the chest like you would a spider, and then
Okay,
scoop it up, and keep it in the
give
chest
me.
if it's small
I'm
enough.
afraid it's athletics checks to capture something and grapple it.
Yeah,
But it
sure.
is a tiny little badger. It doesn't look like it's going to be that strong. Unless it's nimble enough to dodge out of the way. You've literally just got to be a 10 as you dive onto the floor trying to close the lid around it. Oh, you do.
12.
Okay. Palantir's like, there. And she points as it pops its head out of the hole, and it's got its attention so focused on dodging her that when you dive onto the ground, it's not expecting the chest to suddenly snap shut. And you see the badger is bouncing in and out, bouncing up and down in the lid. Like you can hear it like, and you can hear it now trying to claw and scrape through. Ah, can't dig through this.
Calm down, little badger.
Let me out.
We have questions for you.
I'm
I had a
innocent.
feeling. Innocent of what? Why? Why are you running away? What are you innocent of?
Palantir says, "You must be the one who was making the tunnel into the Heartstone Shrine, yes?" "Nope, not me, not me. Innocent
The right
badger."
size. You're the right size though, and you talented. Did the badger come from the hole? Did you come from the hole?
Kiefer Palantir nods and says, They appeared in the shrine, yeah. Well, they didn't
Make
come
sure
through the hole, though. They did... Now she's, like, thinking.
unless they've dug another hole.
You can roll insight checks, David. I'll roll
Yeah.
one for Palantir as well. Okay. Plus 3 here.
I'm gonna
This is
boost that.
Palantir.
Boost that. To what did I have? 14 to 17.
Okay. The badger does seem to be a little panicked, but otherwise it's not really too concerned about everything. It's not like it doesn't seem to have much attachment to the situation of what's going on here. It just wants to get free and go do its own thing. And the way it talks, it does sort of belie a more like lesser intelligent creature. Like it's sort of repeating what it wants. It doesn't realize that it's very much trapped because it's still continually clawing at the chest. And it's only realizing now it can't really dig through it. And it's like voicing it's like voicing its mind. Like so whatever it's thinking, it seems to be voicing that. Like I can't dig through here. I can't dig. No digging. I can always dig. I'm trapped.
Ideas? Palantir? Ideas? This may be just an awakened creature. We've come across those before. It doesn't seem to be particularly malicious. Although we just had a fight with two snowy owl bears up at the bar, and this is all coming too quickly. Feels like too much of a coincidence.
I'm with you there. I'm afraid we're gonna have to keep you locked up for now till we get to the bottom of this.
Should we
We'll
check
ascertain your innocence later, Mr. Badger. What's your name? And they say, don't have a name. Never got a name.
Call you Daniel.
Daniel, I can't speak Elvish.
I'm Rick. Ricky.
All right. Ricky the Badger. All right. Chucky Ricky. Yes. That seems fitting. Yeah, David, as you're saying, like, should we head back?
Should we head back? Should we go back into the heart? Should we head back to the others? I don't know. This feels like it's too much going on, too much trickery, too much distraction, all at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't
Even
like it.
Eve has turned up on the site here as well with Kapanuk, and they're like, "What's going on? We spent too much time on our little sightseeing. Can we be of assistance?"
Yes. You can. Come, let's go take a look inside the heart. You come with us, you two.
All right.
And I have a badger in this chest. Don't let the badger free.
Eve is like, "Oh, I kind of want to see it," but yeah, introductions will have to be made later. It seems. Palantir says, and she rushes in to the Heartstone chamber, and she skids to a halt, and she almost drops her staff on the floor as she looks
Gem's
into
gone.
the empty stone, an empty bark pedestal. And she's like, "No, no!"
I had a feeling.
It's gone. She looks around, just like scrambling at the earth, like trying to see if there's any sign of where it's gone. She like grabs onto both her antlers as almost as if to like tear them off of her head. I can't have failed like this. This plunges the entire of Kuldahar into a crisis, as if it wasn't bad enough with one crisis after another.
I have good news for you, Keeper Thanak here. You want to know what it is?
Yes?
Good news is you are about to experience what it's like to be saved by the Icewind Trekkers. We're on the case.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what I would do without your help at this moment in time. But then, this all happening at your arrival, it feels as though someone is making their move because of your presence here. Like you've forced their hand almost. I'm not blaming you, but it's certainly too much of a coincidence.
It always is. I had a feeling this day was going too good. This place was too nice. I had a feeling something was going to happen. Good things don't last with us. But don't worry. We'll get this sorted out.
And it's at that, I think we will end tonight's session on that stark revelation that some malevolent party is at play here and wishes
Utopia
for...
isn't quite as untouched as they thought it was.
Indeed. Indeed. Not there's trouble in paradise, it looks like.
I'm still weirdly blaming the leopard Goliath ASMR person until I have reason otherwise. Because
we have a conspiracy theory.
Because they've disappeared and they seemed oddly too eager to let people in. It's almost like they had these things going on, and us appearing and the refugees coming was going to be their way to blame it all on us and somehow.
Plus, if they're in on it with Oral, bring all the refugees here and more people, and then everyone dies in a cold winter because the tree can't keep this paradise going.
We'll see if your suspicions hold true in the next exciting episode of Icewindale.
But for now, we hope you enjoyed the session. Join us tomorrow for the Jumping Junipers, Tuesday for the Mistaken Curse of Strahd campaign, and Wednesday for the other Icewind group. And we should be back next Sunday, unless someone tells me otherwise. So for now, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.